to Knoxville, don't be late. Baker's Live, it's gonna be great. June 5th and 6th, mark your date at Dollywood, we'll celebrate. Meet Baker and more cool friends, live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. Rides, fun, and meet and greet. Baker and pals, the crew's so sweet. Get ready for laughs, cheers, and thrills. Knoxville's the place, it's giving chills. Meet Baker and more cool friends. Live show magic that never ends. Come to Dollywood, feel the vibe. With great people there, it's gonna be a ride. June 5th and 6th, don't miss the fun. Meet Baker and friends, it's second to none. Baker and friends, it's second to
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you are, and welcome to a new case. This case is, Marissa was the one who alerted me to it, and she said, you should call it the Richard case, or the Richard Doctor. And I thought, that's weird. It's because our defendant is a urologist, and she said Americans have some way of shortening Richard that would make it fun, but you know Marissa's kind of weird. So I don't know why Richard Doctor would be fun, but what we have here is a case that's out of Massachusetts. Some names we know has been connected to the case, but isn't anymore, I think. Both former trooper Proctor and a certain Beveridge Canoni has been somewhere around the case. Actually, the defense lawyer asked Beveridge for text from Proctor, but she didn't believe that there was enough there to do it. So the case is about, and I don't know how to say his last name, Ingolf Tuerk, I don't know, who was living with his wife. They were having a little rough marriage, on and again, off again. Allegedly, they had just been about to get a divorce, and then they tried to work on it again. And she ends up in a pond in the backyard. As happens. I've been reading a little bit about it. You know, I don't do the deep dives on cases to try and go in with fresh eyes. But he kind of admitted to it, I think, because he claims they had a drunken fight, and that's when she passed away. And the police claims, well, he just strangulated her. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. Another interesting thing is he at some point asked for evidence about her boob job. I don't know. We're going to find out together. And we're not going to find out with Brandon because he got a 9 o'clock. Let's be early. I was 5 minutes early. Not late. I'm not late. And then I'll miss the too late drive resuscitation and have to resort to vulgar humor for the entire trial. Panties will automatically twist himself and Jamie will be peed off. Well, Jamie is peed off. That's just her state of mind. Jamie is always peed off. Panties will be twisted. I will get DMs, but that's how it is to be a grifter. You'll get someone who like your audience and someone who don't. But I like you, Brandon. Out and About with Diane says, hi, Chad. No Danish person, no night, but time for some class action. Hey, Fedorowski and Andriel Hill. Yeah, Fedorowski can fill in the Nordic quarter. Hey, Carly and Debbie and Esprit and Doe Dickinson. Jemima, 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 Jemima. Vi danser hele natten på Jemima. Da, 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 da. It's a Danish children's song. Good morning, O-Line Red. And Polly Pockets. I remember when my sister had Polly Pockets. Oh, how loved that terrible dancing girl. Okay. Morning, Teresa. And Anime Rumpy. A bit early today. Well, it's very early for me because it's 2 o'clock. Normal start time on this channel is 3 o'clock. But the Americans can't wait, so they sprang forward 3 weeks before us. So we have to start early because the world goes by Eastern Standard Time. Sunday, we will join you in the future. So we'll be back to our normal 6 hours. Janine and Julie. Hey, how you doing in Central Florida? Watch out for low-flying gators. Hey, Anya. And talking about low-flying gators. Hey, Jamester.
Hi.
Can you explain to me why Marissa wanted it to be called the Richard Doctor case?
I don't know, because it's not necessarily a Richard doctor. It's a lot of things doctor. I didn't even know urologist dealt with the Richard. I had to go look it up. Because I was like, I thought it was like kidneys and bladder. I didn't know it was all of the things.
Yeah, well, I don't understand still why the Richard part is fun.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand why. But
it's so wild. This judge had to tell the jury they're going to have to ignore the circus that's going on across the hallway. Some people are saying, hey, are you afraid the Karen Reed trial is going to... If Karen Reed, by any kind of magic, starts within the first 2 weeks of them starting jury selection, we will switch. I don't foresee that coming. Is a foul urologist, i.e., does she work with roosters all day? No, because he got fired. Because he did... I don't know if he was found guilty of it or it was just alleged, but he did some Medicaid. Medicaid? Is that the name?
Medicare, Medicaid, yeah. State, if it's state Medicaid, yeah.
Yeah, some Medicaid shenanigans. So he was an unemployed rooster doctor. That's 1 hour, doesn't change us being in the future several hours. No, but you know what I mean, Fedorowski. Hey, Timberman. Jamie, he's from Ireland, where your favorite movie comes from.
What's my favorite movie?
Leprechaun.
That's not my favorite movie. Oh, I should have seen that one coming.
You should.
Back to the
True
hood.
Crime fan. This guy kind of sounds like he was Obama's urologist. One moment you're swimming in Rooster, the next minute some Richard is beating you with your paddleboard and drowning you. That wasn't his urologist. That was his cook, I think. Thank you, Brandon. Oh, Jamie, I'm live. Just got notified. Truth on Wheel, Justice Restored. That's a long name. He
Oh, I
deals
did.
with bolos.
Yeah, I just got your alert that you were live like 2 seconds ago too.
That's
was like,
probably
oh.
because I started 5 minutes early because Brandon has to go to work.
You have to work today? Ugh, lame.
Yeah, and he just wanted to preemptively pee everyone off, especially now we have a urologist on scene, so I can get all the DMs going. I
Good
don't
job,
know why
Brandon.
people are mad at Brandon. And anyone who is speculating, yes, there is beef between Valhalla and Jamie, and that's why Jamie's here today when Valhalla isn't here.
I can't be here all day, but I wanted to come hang out because I got meetings. No, and that's not the case. You always, Karen Reed, well, it's not you, but Karen Reed trial stuff always happens on Tuesday, and that's my day. I can't do anything.
Hi, 80s. Best movie from Ireland is The Field. I don't think I've seen that one.
I've never heard of it.
Well, maybe it's just a field full of leprechauns.
A field full of leprechauns.
I don't know anything about Ireland. The only thing is what you tell me, and you tell me that they have leprechauns that goes into their hood. So, and you always say they come from the Emerald Isles. They want me Lucky
My
Charms,
goodness.
and I find it highly offensive that you use that accent, Jamie. You definitely don't want to get your urologist and your cook confused.
No, that's not something you would hopefully be confused.
I always thought Jamie's favorite movie was Nightmare on Elm Street 2 because of that spanking scene in the shower room. Oh my.
Oh my god.
Kale, you will miss OnlyFans till in 3 weeks where you will hate OnlyFans.
Yeah.
That's Jamie, some of us have Irish heritage and find that highly offensive. And Brandon used to play lacrosse at Notre Dame.
I have beef with them too.
Do you hate Notre Dame as well as the Ohio State?
You do. Sorry, Brandon.
Yes, this case is being tried at the same jurisdiction as the Karen Reed case, and Beveridge Canoni has been the judge on it at some point. What, if any, relation she has with it today? I don't think she has any, but she actually ruled on a motion where the defense lawyer, after Karen Reed 1.0, asked for text communications from Michael Proctor, and she denied it. Top of the morning to you. Jamie, why are we scaring away our Irish viewers?
You're the one doing it. First of all, I can't do any accents, so.
His tax lawyers played lacrosse at Notre Dame. And he will tell him that you hate the Irish, Jamie.
I don't hate Irish people. Let's be clear. I actually would love to visit there. The accent is my favorite. It's crazy. I love it.
Is Kevin Reddington the defense attorney in this case? I don't do the deep dives, but I think I saw that name somewhere, but I'm not 100% sure. So I did my big speculation stream yesterday. So I won't say yes or no. Marissa is here and says, to be sure. Jamie, stop sending me scripts to say in Irish. It's
I
highly
don't even
offensive.
think that was an Irish accent. Your Irish accent is the Lucky Charms leprechaun. And I don't think that's right.
What? Jamie, are you having behind the scenes HR meetings with the girl squad?
Why?
Because they are starting to sound more and more like you.
See? Well, because great minds think alike.
Why do all great minds hate me? Kevin Reddington is also Jen McCabe's lawyer, or McCabe's lawyer. Well, I don't want to call her Jen McCabe. I call her Miss Ed, because she looks like Mr. Ed. This case is very interesting. Norfolk County, stay on the map. Well, it seems like it could be a lot of interesting, because, again, as I read it, he confessed he did it. But it's just, was it an accident? Then why not go with a plea deal? Hey, look who's here, AJ.
Hi, AJ.
My favorite movie, Irish theme movie, is Darby O'Gill and the Little People. I don't know that one. Cannoni's Baloney. Hello. That defense lawyer was Kevin Reddington, who also represented Jen McCabe regarding her phone records in the Reed case. He's also representing Lindsay Clancy, who unalived her 3 kids and tried to unalive herself. Well, he has some very interesting clients.
Yeah.
That's... Oh my God. Jamie, we always make fun of the water you have, because Flint, Michigan.
Oh
Do you
God.
think that do they use a lot of lead in Massachusetts in the water supplies?
Maybe.
It seems like there's a lot of cray going around up there.
I don't think that's the water. I think that's
Just seems
in the justice system.
Let's not hold it against him. All defendants deserve a right to counsel, of course. And maybe he's just good, and that's why the crays choose him.
Maybe he likes these kinds of cases because he believes in these people. I don't know.
I like these kind of cases because it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to have a case where there's some colorful personalities. And when I read that he wanted to have her medical records about his her boob job, I thought, oh, this is going to be interesting. And when I found out that he was a rooster doctor, I thought, oh, I could probably do some drawings that is very inappropriate on the whiteboard. So it was kind of interesting to see this case pop up. So, but I just want a real case where I don't yell at the prosecutor every 2 minutes, where evidence don't just magically appear out of thin air, and where the police isn't absolute dirtbags. But then I remember, it's Massachusetts.
That's true.
Danny T, we have been waiting. Why are you late? Matzi Aribianati, how are you doing today? That's her name. AJ represented Weinstein. We still like him. Yeah, again, even the biggest scumbags have the right to choose a good lawyer. And we are not Lawn and Trim or Court TV just saying, he's guilty, sit down, shut up. They are the 5th, the 6th, and the 13th, 12th, 16th Amendment gives them the right to representation.
The 19th Amendment.
Lindsay Clancy will also be another good trial to watch. And we'll have to see whatever pops up around the time. I won't hear a word against Mr. Reddington. He has been very complimentary about attorney Melanie Little. So he's okay in my book. Well, I don't have anything because I don't know the guy. And just because he has a client I don't like, I don't hold it against him. That's one of the things that I think you, chat, don't have that problem because you're the smart people. But if you go into Lawn and Crim or Court TV, a lot of them thinks that the reason why people become defense lawyers is because they're bad people, which is
Yeah.
absolutely not correct. They are becoming defense lawyers because even assholes need a defender. And you would rather have a passionate defender. When we're watching JD and AH, or we're watching Karen Reed, or we're watching, I don't know, Zach Anderson, we want Cara Rintala, we want the most amazing defense lawyer. But Rosemary Scapiccio also have certain clients that we might not be big fans of. And I think you're the smart people over here. On those other two channels, people are just there to hate on anyone. They are the ones that sadly fills up most juries. The people who think, well, they charged her, they must she must be guilty. But
Exactly.
we don't do that, and we don't hold it against you that you have a client who might be a douche canoe, unless you are a certain mob lawyer, and then we hold it against you because I don't like you.
Well, I mean, like, you might, well, I mean, I don't like him because of all this, but yeah, you might see a case where they're defending somebody that you don't like and you don't like them, but then you see, and I've seen lawyers on other cases and I'm like, okay, they're, I'm warming up to it.
Yeah.
It's really, yeah. But
Wicked Psych, this case is about what Marissa calls a Richard doctor, and I don't understand it. He's a urologist. I don't understand the joke. But he is charged with unaliving his wife. And I think he kind of admitted he did it. So why and how is the thing. What we do know is, and Marissa just sent me some background material. I always get so many. Oh, I can't download that. If I read this, prosecutor says Ingolf Tuerk, I don't know how to say his name, unalived Kathleen McLean, who was last seen at the couple's Valley Road home on May 14th, 2020. Her remains were found days later in a small pond not far from the couple's home, official says. Official said he confessed to tossing her body in the pond and weighing it down with rocks. They say this happened after a heated fight between the couple. At the time of the incident, he was out on bail on pending domestic charges and was required to stay away from her, according to court documents. McLean had previously filed for divorce. He is a urologist who was featured on WCVB's Chronicle in 2013 for his work with robotic surgery. In November 2019, he agreed to pay $150K in a settlement with Attorney General Maura Healey after he was accused of falsely billing Mass Health for equipment that was not being used in procedures. I'm pretty sure this has nothing to do with it when it's about 68 bridges that's supposed to collapse. So they had a relationship. It was a little bit on off. She had accused him of domestic before. She ends up in a pond. That's what we know. And apparently he admitted that they had a fight and he accidentally unalived her. He's charged with felony murder. The Rintala case doesn't start till she filed for appeal last month. The Rintala case, if you don't know what that is, you just know it because it's mentioned in the Karen Reed case. It was a case that took 11 years, maybe 15 years.
16.
Yeah, 15, 16 years. That was crazy case. And we covered the fourth trial. She had one hung jury, then she got convicted, then she had it overturned, and then she got convicted in a lesser charge. I still believe they didn't prove she did it. It was some of the most ridiculous statements ever. That's why I think there's too much lead in the water in Massachusetts, because at some point someone said he determined her rigor mortis, the victim's rigor mortis by shaking the arm, and he could say, well, she's been dead in roughly this amount of time.
And
not
the
how you do
police
it.
investigation was awful. They couldn't even call the lead detective because he was so corrupt.
Yeah, another case where the lead detective wasn't called and they were not allowed to mention that. I wonder if Rosemary would go on the record with Baker and share her feelings about the Reed case. If I could get Rosemary Scapiccio on this channel, I wouldn't say a word because Jamie would be screaming like a fangirl who saw Ed Sheeran for the first time. She is in love with that.
Yes. I would be asking the questions.
You would just be saying, can you say car, please?
Her Boston accent when she was getting going during the trial was chef's kiss.
Oh, you lost connection.
Me?
Yeah. Accidentally tied rocks to her. It happens. Maybe, isn't that what all the commercials from Tiffany says, that we should buy you girls a big rock? He just got her a big rock.
Yeah.
It was his quite younger wife. I think she was like 15 years younger than him. No, it has no pending dates, the Rentala case. She filed for appeal, I believe, end of last month, start this month. Why is my internet so slow today? That's annoying. The funny thing is Massachusetts has the highest intelligence. I guess they don't have common sense. Well, as my buddy always say, look at the average intelligent person you know, and remember 50% is stupider than him or her. Hey, Jake Hanna. Well, hopefully we'll be going in 3 weeks with that case. So be glad to have you here doing that one. Doctor put rocks in her leggings. You put it on the fingers, you put it on her ears, you put it around her neck, and just because he puts it down her pants, people get angry. Come on now. You can never get anything right. Yoga Pants Rocks is a great name for a rock band. No, that's not a good name for a rock band. I know. No, I wouldn't listen to it. I can already say that. There it is. That's not very blue. My blue is my blue. That's green.
I don't think we have a taillight situation in this case, Iris.
No tail lights so far.
Oh my God. Sean Bird.
My understanding is Rosemary has 2 clients in Norfolk County that Brady letters were sent about regarding Mr. Proctor. Interesting. Hey, Kelly. Yeah, but he was filing the Brady letter. Oh, after he got the Brady letter, he was filing with Judge Canoni, and she denied him access to Proctor's text messages. So she didn't believe there was enough there. No, Rosemary isn't an attorney on this case. We're just talking about different. We talked about how defense lawyers often get the bad light shown on them because of their clients, but they're just doing their job. That was why we were talking about. Why the hell is my internet? Come on now. Morrissey's iCloud, aka Denise. Good morning. Jamie,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just
cutting
going
out on my
to
end
try
too.
and restart my thing because my internet seems very slow.
Mhm.
Yeah, can you entertain the troops?
Sure. No, he was just talking. We were just talking about the Ritala case, Iris, because Rosemary is amazing. She's a. Oh my gosh! If y'all don't know who she is, she's great. Her fashion and her hair, her fashion, everything in that courtroom. Like, I didn't know what to expect. But then once she showed up, she was rocking those outfits and she was getting sassy with everybody. It was amazing. That was my favorite part, is to see what she was wearing every day. She had those gold chains. Those are my favorite. Her gold jewelry. But that spiky blonde hair. Yeah, I don't know. Zach, Jamie, it's Thursday. I never got the hang of Thursdays and it rained and I'm grumpy, even though we needed the rain. But anyways, still love you, Arg. It's going to be a busy day today. Don't be grumpy. Rain is great. What is the weather like right now? Is it really hot down there in Texas? Because I think it's supposed to be like 50 today, which is pretty warm. I'm kind of looking forward to going outside on my lunch if it's going to be like 50 degrees. Yeah, I had heard Aiden talking about Rosemary when he was looking at attorneys, and I was so excited. I was hoping that she would pick this up, but I don't know if she wasn't available or if he couldn't get a hold of her. Good to see you too, Katie. Yeah, going on camera during the week while I'm trying to do things is difficult. Yeah, it's supposed to be nice today. I think it said 50 sunny, so I'll get my little patio furniture out and go sit outside. Are you better?
I hope so. And perfect
Seems like
timing.
it.
They just came in the room. And a motion was just filed today from others regarding the sharing of cell phone data between Kearney prosecutor and Reed prosecutor. So that's interesting. Apparently there's a hearing today in Aiden's case.
Yes, Dave, this is just starting.
Yeah, the court hasn't started yet. Oh, this is the big courtroom, isn't it? No, it's it's the big courtroom. The
Yeah.
one they can't use because then we can see the jury or the jury couldn't see.
Yeah.
Look at that big screen. they're having in there. Yes, opening statement should be starting in. Well, they were supposed to start 20 minutes ago. Hey, Serenity, how are you doing? He looks like an older turtle boy. I don't see that.
Sean said it looked like a discount Harrison Ford.
Parachute?
What?
A discount parachute?
Harrison Ford.
Oh, Harrison Ford. I thought parachute.
Parachute.
I know you're day drinking, but this early?
Yeah, that's me.
What town did it happen in? It happened outside of. Valley Road. She was last seen at their Valley Road home. I am not a local. I don't know enough about Massachusetts to tell you what town. But it's the same district as the Karen Reed case. Regina Crawford, thank you for 2 months. Hey, y'all. Happy to be here. We are happy that you are here. Hey, Angel Mama. See, Sue heard it as well. You said parachute.
No.
It's in Dover, Massachusetts.
Dover?
Yeah, you know, you Americans, you couldn't really come up with names, so you just, well, we're going to use the ones we know from England. And then you ran out of it, and then you started with Albuquerque.
Court's attention, please be seated.
For the record, before the court, number one on today's list, Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Reddington, you want to see me at sidebar?
Yes.
Side counsel. Is he going to plead guilty? I mean, we can go home. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so that would be fine. He looks like the older brother from Peaky Blinders. That's what he really looks like. Yeah, every time Tom asks me if I'm not coming up and visiting him, I'm saying, nope. My liver couldn't handle living in Massachusetts. From the side, one of the guys they zoomed in on looks like Turtle Boy. Well, the defendant kind of looks like the one from the older brother from Peaky Blinders. Well, poo, that was loud. I can turn it down a bit. It was just to make sure everyone could hear.
Yeah, it's beeping.
Well, it's only at 3, so it's very low if we don't have it on. No, hear ye, hear ye.
I know.
I was writing on my book today, Jamie, how to be a grifter, and I don't know why I'm writing that book because I'm never going to, but it's just because of Plevin. And I had to, and I was describing how much I hated the pre-trial motions because it started the same way, and then you just get sick of all the sighs, and I'll allow it.
Yeah. I don't like hearing.
I don't know if Proctor is testifying, but I know that when Beverly Canoni was the judge on the case, Reddington filed a notice to have access to Proctor's text messages and was denied it after all the Brady letters went out. If he can keep it together and go to 11, I will petition Massachusetts to change this judge with Beverly Canoni for the Reed case. No, it's just the white noise machine. That's why we have the beep. And now they take it out because it's in court. It's the court audio feed that'll beep. Oh, I was when I was going in to take my pre-trial nap, I was watching Dottie over on Valhalla's channel. Oh, sorry, I can't mention him when Jamie's here. It's like Voldemort in Harry Potter.
Oh my gosh.
But the rooster was going absolutely crazy. And then there was another rooster that had a weird, what do you call it? Cockle-doodly doing. So every time it was there was another one. It was weird. Court's clock is 2 minutes slow.
What was that again?
Yeah, it's actually 2 minutes slow. Why did you say that? Because now I'm going to see it all the time. Hey, Queen. And unbalanced. I read there's a Karen Reed hearing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Is that correct? I am not being notified about that. What I know is that there is a motion 634 saying others ex parte status report of Rule 17 respondent filed and forwarded to Judge Sitsky. Receipt acknowledged and status report to be shared with the parties only. Otherwise impounded provisionally until a hearing before the court. Thumb drive accompanying this report shall be impounded until further action by the court. Parties to appear appear soon as practical. Shitsky, dated yesterday. Attorney Cosgrove, Esquire, Robert C. That's what I can see. That I don't know if there's a hearing tomorrow. I will know because someone will probably write me in Discord in 2 minutes saying, we checked, yes or no. Phoenix, we could have had a child together. Thank you for 9 months. Is there going to be one or is it going to be for jury?
What?
If you're talking about if it's a bench trial, no, they selected the jury yesterday, but this is quite a long sidebar they are having right before trial starts. Dr. Tuerk could fix that rooster. He probably could make it a little throatier. That's the other judge for Turtle Boy. Yeah, and he filed some kind of motion 634, but it only says what it says. Yeah, and apparently today there is a hearing with Turtle Boy. There might be one tomorrow, but with another judge, as I see it. But maybe it'll be checked around. Kylie says she checked. What Marissa found, it could be the Turtle Boy was moved till tomorrow because it says Criminal 1, DED, second floor, CR, main, SC, hearing, read, discovery motions, Honorable Michael Doolin. So it might not be Karen, it might be Turtle Boy. Hey, Rianne. Well, you're not late because they started 20 minutes late and they have been at sidebar ever since.
Yeah. So you didn't miss anything.
Exactly nothing. That's the normal Judge Doolin. Shitsky dude was filling in for Doolin because he was on vacation. Thank you, Marissa. So that's Turtle Boy. So he's not in court today. He'll be in court tomorrow. Doolin is the one Turtle Boy likes, right? He's the guy who asks a lot of good questions for the Commonwealth. Well, not the Commonwealth, the special prosecutor that they also had to go out and waste taxpayer money on because no one wanted to be the face of another vendetta by Michael Morrissey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was just thinking it tilts the frame. And why is Dwight C. Eisenhower on the picture? It looks like Eisenhower, Jamie. If you don't know, he was a president in America and a four-star general during the Second World War. Sorry.
Wow.
Who is the judge on this trial? For the jury.
For the juror.
This is the.
All set. If you could line them up.
This is the doctor.
Oh yeah. If you don't. Yeah. Good.
say if this is not baffling.
Yeah, probably might stop.
Yeah,
the mic.
don't. Jeez.
What's the difference between Jamie and main character syndrome? What's main character syndrome?
What? David.
Trash! Yeah, his name is Ingolf Tuerk, or Turk. So, probably German? Because Turk is also spelled T-U-E-R-K. And as we all know who watch the German nature films from the 70s, they are very interested in the urology department. Can I get a prize for being the most dedicated listener to your channel? I'm currently driving a timber forwarder in the midst of a forest. Jemima will write it, and then for the bakies, we will see if you can win the prize. Sue will try to fight it by being the one always listening to me while she's in her pool making fun of the rest of us because we have to sit inside. Well, that's because you're old, Dave. The past 4 weeks I've been so ill with Crohn's. Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't been able to put in, but I noticed how much your channel has grown, so congratulations. Keep doing fantastic work.
Aww.
Well, thank you so much. Well, yes, I have been lucky. Lot of long days, lot of long weeks. No days off. The only off days I've had was that Friday when I visited Jamie in Copenhagen and when I was hanging out with my grandson. Other than that, I think I've been streaming. No, I did take a day off this week, Monday.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think I've been streaming every day for the last 6 weeks.
Dedication.
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 Court, all rise.
You may be seated.
He was a urologist. I'm actually not sure. His bond wasn't that high. I think it was like 15K or 150K or something. So I don't know. You might have to take over. Come on now. I'm gonna hear you. I am from peasant stock. Yep. That can be. Nej, jeg kommer fra Fyns ø, den er smuk. Danmarks lille have.
Court, all rise.
Yes.
We lost Mr. Reddington.
Nope. Take it. It's like literally chicken scratch. I just said I'm going to bed. I can't read this.
You can be seated.
Is it going to be one of those trials where they're putting the wrong mics on? Why are these ladies talking about I couldn't go to bed? It's chicken scratch.
I couldn't read it. It was chicken scratch or something like
She
that.
said I
Like,
couldn't
what?
go to bed. Jamie, you're talking about parachute. She's talking about going to bed.
Whatever.
This- She sounded like Judge Beth.
Mike, we're all set.
Paul, the judge gonna be biased against Dr. Goodman. He might be mistaken. Have some more people.
All rise, please. Jurors entering.
Did
You
she
know
say it's
what?
all women?
I don't know. Well, it's either they're messing it up with the audio or the lawyers aren't turning their mics off when they should be.
I can't see any women lawyers, so who if
Well, I
any?
mean, up front maybe. I don't know.
Could be.
I don't know.
It's just annoying.
It is.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Lau, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present, our 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Okay, Margaret, do you need to do anything? Sure, I'll ask some questions. Okay, welcome back, jurors. Thank you for your patience. Let me just ask all of you. So I asked you individually before you left here, either Tuesday or yesterday, to follow some instructions that I gave you about not talking about this case or any other case. Was everybody able to follow those instructions? Yes. If you were not able, please raise your hand. All right, no hands are being raised. Ms. Stanley's going to go through some preliminary matters, then I'm going to give you some brief instructions, and then we're going to get into opening statements. Thank you.
So we're going to first swear you in as trial jurors.
No, this is a completely different judge. She has been on it earlier, but it's a different judge now.
So if you could each stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar, according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated.
I think it's just a company they hire, and she's just talking into a mouthpiece anyway.
Members of the jury, hearken to this indictment. Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Action Number 2082 CR 00138, Offense 1, charging murder in the first degree. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Norfolk to wit, at the Superior Court begun and holden at Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, on the 5th Wednesday of July 2020, the jurors of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on their oath present that Ingolf Tuerk of Dover in the County of Norfolk, on or about and between May 14th and 15th of 2020, at Dover in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Kathleen McLean with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said Kathleen McLean in violation of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 265, Section 1. To this indictment, the defendant at the bar pleads not guilty, and for trial places himself upon the country, which country you are. You are sworn to try the issues. If he is guilty, you will say so. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Members of the jury, hearken to your evidence.
Okay, so jurors.
Doth they always speaketh in doth way? Doth be very theatrical presentation of the courteth.
They really do.
I haven't heard that in the Can Read case.
No.
Hey, Louis G.
you'll be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay close attention to the evidence you will see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You'll then meet together in private to consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'll give you some initial instructions. I'll explain the indictment that the clerk just read out loud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will then explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply in this case, and I'll explain some important things that you must do and that you must not do during this trial. You may have noticed there is a camera in the courtroom. Please know the cameraman is not permitted to show any juror at any time during the trial. That is, the cameraman is prohibited from broadcasting or recording any images of jurors. I suggest that you ignore the camera and not let it distract you. A moment ago, Ms. Sandel read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. In less formal terms, the indictment in this case charges the defendant with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. An indictment is merely a piece of paper that formally charges someone to get them to trial in the Superior Court. As I told you when we were choosing our jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. At the end of the trial, you will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. When I finish with these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense counsel will make opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you'll hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first, then the defendant will have a chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. Again, you must remember the defendant is presumed to be innocent and has absolutely no obligation to call or question witnesses or to present any evidence at all. After you see and hear all the evidence, each side will make closing arguments to summarize the evidence and to suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you hear and see during the trial, but the openings and closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I'll instruct you in detail on the legal rules you must apply in deciding this case. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to reach a verdict. Now, my job as the judge in this case is to make sure the case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you hear and see only evidence that is allowed under our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear in this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means the lawyer thinks that a particular answer or exhibit violates the rules of evidence. If I am not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question, or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustain, that means the witness may not answer the question, or the party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess what the evidence might have been. There may be times when I instruct you to disregard something or allow what we call a motion to strike something that you have already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit I tell you to disregard or that I strike is not evidence and you may not consider it. As the judge in this case, I must also explain the law to you. At the end of the trial, I'll give you detailed instructions about the law you must follow in order to decide this case. I'll give you those instructions orally, and we'll also give you written copies to read while we work together to reach a verdict in this case. The lawyers have...
For those asking who the judge looks like, if you ever saw The Devil Wears Prada, brilliant movie,
Oh my
you
God.
should watch it. It's Stanley Tucci, who is the brother-in-law to Emily Blunt, who plays the mean girl in The Office. Great movie, Jamie. You should watch it. Well, it doesn't have leprechauns. Sadly, no, Jamie, but it's still a good movie.
I only like leprechaun movies, yeah.
Yeah.
important roles in this trial. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence...
No, he said he'll allow the spoken objection. Then he will rule on it. He didn't say they are allowed to talk about it.
...and arguments that best supports their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side, as I just discussed with you. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about whether you may see, hear, or consider something. You, as the jurors, have the most important role in this trial. After you've heard and seen all of the evidence, you will decide who and what to believe and whether the prosecution has proved that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged based on the legal principles that I will explain to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear during this trial and on my instructions and the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses, as you recall it, and any documents or other things that become exhibits. Other things you will see and hear during the trial are not evidence. For example, the attorney's opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence, and the questions the attorneys ask are not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. Now, a very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or not. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything I say or do during the trial to suggest to you what to believe or how to decide this case. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, or any other personal characteristic. You've agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that's not always easy. Let me share a few strategies. Slow down, do not rush any decision. Keep an open mind as you listen to the evidence. Also, as you listen to testimony about the people involved in this case, consider those people as individuals rather than as members of...
No, I think a lot of people got confused because she had an administrative duty for a period, and it's on a rotational basis. That's why a lot of people got up in arms and said, well, she lost her immunity. No. The judge carries the immunity. It's not the role. So a lot of people get confused a lot when they see different things. And again, Bev is on a rotation like all the other judges. She might have seniority because she's been there for a lot of years, but again, they're rotated around.
Any particular group. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, there are certain legal rules that you must follow in this case. I'll discuss them in more detail at the end of the trial, but here are some key things you should know from the beginning. Now, as I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means you must consider him to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you that he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything. He does not have to testify. He does not have to call or question witnesses or provide any evidence at all because you must presume that he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've heard and seen all of the evidence, you'll deliberate with each other, meaning you will discuss the evidence and decide on your verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, then your verdict must be not guilty. You may find the defendant guilty of a charge only if all the deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proof beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you've compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all of the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As you heard, the defendant is charged with murder. I'll give you a full instruction on murder at the end of the trial. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you'll have all the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you with transcripts of any witness's testimony, however, so you'll have to rely on your memory of what each witness tells you. You may take notes during the trial if you wish. Our court officers will give you a notebook or a notepad and a pen or a pencil. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help them to focus on the testimony and remember what the witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take notes, which is fine. Whether you take notes is entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen to each witness carefully. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies, and what the witness says that helps you decide whether and how much to believe the witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you or the other jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than you or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and pens at the end of each trial day and keep them safe until they are returned to you the next morning. When the trial is over, the court officer will destroy the notes. Now, if you have any trouble hearing or seeing during the trial, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll make any necessary adjustments. We generally take a morning recess at about 11 a.m., but if you need a break at any other time, just raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll take a break.
Then get moving.
Also, we want you to be comfortable. If you're too hot or too cold, let us know, and we'll try to adjust the temperature. You also may see clerks and court officers coming and going. Please know that is not to distract you. It is merely to make sure that we keep the many other cases in this building moving forward, so don't pay any attention to it. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, please let a court officer know or give the court officer a note to bring to me. Finally, there are a few things that you need to do and other things that you must not do during this trial. Keep an open mind throughout this trial. You must not decide the case until after you've heard and seen all of the evidence and listened to my final instructions at the end of the trial. Do not discuss the evidence or this case with other jurors until you start your formal deliberations at the end of the trial. This is because it can be hard to keep an open mind if two or more of you start discussing the case in the middle of the trial. Do not talk or communicate with anyone else about this case until after you reach and deliver your verdict and I tell you that you have completed your jury service. This is because you have to decide this case based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom and must not consider other information or opinions. When I say that you may not communicate with anyone about this case before you've reached a verdict, that means you may not do so in any way, including through a cell phone or other device. So until you reach a verdict, you may not text, chat, email, tweet, blog, or post anything about the case using social media, other electronic media, or anything else. have to wait until the trial is over and you've reached a verdict before you say anything about this case to anyone else. You may not talk to the lawyers, the parties, or the witnesses during the trial. If the attorneys or other trial participants see you and turn away, they are not being rude. They are simply following the rule that they may not speak with you during the trial. During this trial, you must not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case that may appear in any news media, social media, or any other source. If there's any press or other coverage about this case, you must ignore it. Do not do any research or investigation about the case online or in any other way, or have anyone else do that for you. Do not visit any place mentioned during the trial. Do not Google or search for the names of anyone participating in this case or anything else about it. Again, this is because you must decide this case based solely on the evidence in the law presented to you in this courtroom. The instructions I just gave to you apply not only to this case, but to the case starting in this courthouse next week, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. That case has absolutely nothing to do with your duty to determine the facts in this case. And
That's unusual that he mentions the other case, probably because it's such a big trial and there's going to be so many people coming there, 2,000 potential jurors. But I've never heard them mentioning another case ever before.
That's weird.
please do not let it distract you in any way. Now, the rules that I explained are very important. I'm going to keep reminding you of them and ask you if you've been able to comply with them. If anything happens that seems to be inconsistent with these rules, please do not discuss.
No, because he can't distance himself. He's the judge in an entirely different case. So, nothing.
It's probably due to, like, you know, I mean, the circus that's going to be out there.
Yeah, there's going to be so many people there, so that's just so they shouldn't be distracted. But again, Kalmale, the Karen Reed case won't start next week. It's only jury selection.
With your fellow jurors. Instead, let a court officer know, and I will speak with you privately. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you just took as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly.
Yeah, but I don't think Proctor is going to be anything in this case. Again, he was an investigator on it, but it doesn't seem like they found anything because Bev didn't allow them to have his texts.
Try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a fair and a just verdict. Okay, thank you, jurors. It's now time for opening statements, so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Beatty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Also, wasn't those people talking about chicken scratch?
There's 3 ladies up there.
Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you, Harry.
How did he get my text messages about you, Jamie? Oh, she.
Whatever.
You can find those on my phone as well.
That's the text message that Kurt Fanninstill received when he woke up in the early morning hours of Friday, May 15th, 2020. Immediately distressed, Kurt contacted another friend of Katie and Harry, the defendant goes by Harry, as well as Ingolf, and shared the text message with her. Vanessa Pettigrew was also concerned, so she drove to Katie's home at 29 Valley Road in Dover to look for Katie. She called, she texted, no Katie. Vanessa knew that there was a court order that prohibited Dr. Tuerk from living at 29 Valley Road, and so that he was staying in a hotel. So she found the hotel in Dedham, and she drove there. She found the 2 cars that the defendant and Katie shared parked outside. No Katie. She contacted family. She contacted friends. And I expect you will hear that Stephen Rocca, who is Katie's ex-husband and the father of her 3 children, contacted the hotel. The hotel called the Dedham police and asked them to do a well-being check. And when the Dedham police responded to the hotel, no Katie, but they found the defendant totally unresponsive, passed out in his bed. He had scratches on his body. There was knives. There was a liquor bottle. And he was transported to Norwood Hospital, where he remained unresponsive for many hours. So family and friends continued to search. Law enforcement searched in Dedham, Dover, Medfield. Her phone was pinged, and it covered a wide area. So law enforcement was searching in the woods with dogs. No Katie. There was concern that she could be injured in those woods. All day Friday, no Katie. On Saturday, the police learned that Dr. Tuerk had woken up, and they wanted to speak with him. You will hear from personnel at Norwood Hospital and from the police about the procedures that needed to be followed, in part because of COVID, because this was during the height of the pandemic, and things were more complicated. So it wasn't until after 5 o'clock on Saturday that the police were able to meet with Dr. Tuerk. And I expect that you will hear about the meeting that they had. That interview was recorded. It was an audio recording. I want to tell you that it is a little bit challenging to hear because in part everyone was wearing masks. But we will have a transcript that will help you and you will be able to listen to the interview.
They shouldn't be allowed to have that. It's for the jury to determine what is said in the audio recording.
It's about 3 hours. And I expect that you will hear that Trooper Jeffrey Kutkowski and Detective Deborah Gonski from the Dedham Police met with Dr. Tuerk in the family waiting room at Norwood Hospital. That he agreed to speak with them. He was provided with his Miranda warnings. The interview was hours, but the police were polite. They were respectful. There was no yelling, and they gave him plenty of time to talk. And in the beginning of that interview, the defendant said he didn't know what happened. He didn't know where Katie was. And the police said, "We're concerned. We need to find her. We think she might be in the woods. What can you tell us?" And eventually, as they talked more, he told them about what happened, about what he did, about the circumstances at 29 Valley Road. He explained that he and Katie had been having some marital problems and they had separated. He told the police that she needlessly got a restraining order that meant that he had to leave 29 Valley Road. And so he bounced around and he was having a hard time finding a place to stay, that he ended up in Florida.
Potentially Trooper Proctor, because he's also around this case.
But that he and Katie had agreed to reconcile. He came back from Florida and they were going to work things out. And it was supposed to be a clean slate. Nothing from the past. And on Thursday, they had a nice day at 29 Valley Road. They had a nice dinner. All 3 kids were home. They played a game. And then after dinner, after some drinking, there was an argument. And Katie wouldn't let it go. She wouldn't let the past go, like she had agreed. And so he put his hands around her neck. And just as the police were going to ask what happened after he put his hands around her neck, Dr. Tuerk asked for a break. And I expect you will hear that Trooper Krakowski will say, "Yep, that's not a problem. We can do that." And so they took almost a 45-minute break. And when Dr. Tuerk came back, it was different. His tone was different, more resolute, and he almost immediately provided a lot of information. Something else had changed. Detective Gonski had left the room, and Detective Richard Porro was in the room.
So Detective Gonski was Gonski.
Good one.
Who needs Zach when you have me?
I know.
And Dr. Tuerk told the two male police officers that he strangled his wife, that he knew he killed her, that he panicked after he knew she was dead, and he carried her body out of the house. And the police said, "We need to know where she is. We can't leave her out there." And so he told the police directions for how to find her. In the course of this trial, you will hear a lot of information and evidence about the investigation that was conducted before Dr. Tuerk told the police that he strangled his wife and after. You will hear from the police who followed the directions, who went to the pond at 1 Francis Street in the night, in the dark, and who recovered Katie McLean's body from that swampy water, dressed only in leggings, covered in dirt and debris. You will hear about her shirt recovered on a branch outside the pond. You will hear about 2 large rocks recovered from inside her cans. You will have a chance to see how heavy they are. The rocks that were meant to hide her, to cover up what he had done. And in the course of this trial, you will hear from the medical examiner who examined Katie McLean's body, who conducted an autopsy, and about her findings of strangulation, of head injury, and from a DNA analyst about the DNA that was found under Katie's fingernails. And in the course of this trial, you will also hear evidence about the defendant's anger towards Katie McLean. Evidence of anger that will prove that he is guilty of first-degree murder. And at the end of this trial, we will return and we will ask you to consider all of the evidence and the law and find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pigg. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Judge, I apologize. Morning, thank you. Jurors, a couple of things that you have to understand, and His Honor is the umpire of the case. He calls the balls, he calls the strikes, he allows objections, excludes things, allows things. What I say is not evidence, what the DAs say is not evidence. What's evidence, and what you people determine the facts of this.
Sorry, but relating to Aiden and Karen Reed, quite a little bit of a bombshell filed today by Aiden, naming Kate Peters, Plevin the Thumb, and Caffity Diffity Daffy as people who received leaked information from the MSP and are seeking protective orders on the information in his phone because there's all of these leaks going on. So interesting how that'll work out. I'll deny it.
A couple of things that you have to understand, and His Honor is the umpire in the case. He calls the balls, he calls the strikes, he allows objections, excludes things, allows things. What I say is not evidence, what the DAs say is not evidence, what's evidence, but what you people determine the facts of this case to be, consistent with your life experience, which is obviously very important. Because as a juror, you bring to this trial your life experience dealing with your friends, dealing with work, inferences that you can draw from evidence that you determine to be the facts. And as jurors, coming from all walks of life, you bring together that life experience and the ability to discuss once the case is
And he has specific mentions of what he why he believes information has been leaked to them. I'll do a video on it later.
over, the evidence that has been presented, to determine whether or not the government has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. As His Honor instructed you what that definition of beyond a reasonable doubt means. And the high burden that is set on the government to say to a jury, this is not close, this is not more probable than not, this is not more likely than, it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the only one that determines who is going to get charged with a crime in our society is the government. And when the government determines that they're going to charge somebody with a crime, they don't call you up and say, hey, we're thinking we're going to charge you with a crime. Do you have any input on that determination? They arrest you, and they determine, we're going to charge the person, I suggest to you, the highest crime that is possible that can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, first-degree murder. At the end of the trial, His Honor will tell you what the law is, and he'll explain to you that there are two theories, I suspect, of murder in the first degree: premeditated, malice aforethought, cruelty and atrocity. He'll tell you about the factors that one can consider to determine whether or not an individual has killed another human being with cruelty and atrocity with the intent to kill and taking pleasure in the death of that person. His Honor will tell you about what's called second-degree murder. His Honor may tell you about what's called voluntary manslaughter, perhaps maybe even involuntary manslaughter. That depends on the evidence that goes in to this trial, and that's entirely up to the judge. And giving you the law is entirely up to the judge, not me. At the end of the case, you're going to be able to have his instructions, and then you take the facts that you determine to exist, and you match it up to the law, and you make a decision as to whether or not the government, not the defendant, the government has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and if so, to what degree? Now, how do you do that? Well, you come in here, you may say, I'm not really capable of determining credibility. Well, yeah, you do it every day. And you bring that life experience into the jury room, and you factor that in. When you weigh the testimony of a witness, and you notice the witness stand is right next to you. And the reason it's right next to you is so that you as a jury are able to observe the demeanor of the witness, consider whether or not the witness, to your determination, has a dog in the fight, as they say. Are they gilding the lily? Are they adding anything? Are they trying to portray something because they have a reason to want to portray something? That's all up to you. Credibility determinations are left to the jury. So what do we have here? You have a man who's on trial for murder. Harry Tuerk, and by the way, he's a doctor, he was a doctor, he is a doctor. He never liked to go by the term doctor. He was always Harry. You're going to hear evidence that he was always Harry. That he was a gentleman who was a urologist, dealt with kidneys, dealt with prostate, and was a surgeon. You're going to hear evidence that Harry was born in East Germany. And as a kid, he grew up in East Germany. Went to the East German schools. When he graduated from high school, he went into the East German Air Force. Served in the East German Air Force for a number of years, got out, went to med school after he graduated from college. Became an accomplished physician, an accomplished surgeon. The wall came down, he was able to leave East Germany, and he, like a bat out of hell, got out of East Germany and came over to the United States. When he came over to the United States, at the age of 42, he learned English. Didn't know English. You'll hear him testify. He's going to testify in this case. Sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. But he knows English, and he speaks very, very good English. Self-taught. In the United States, he became not just an accomplished surgeon, but he was one of, if not the best, as far as reputation, worldwide for robotic prostate surgery. Those hands saved hundreds of lives and took one. And he knows
Did he just say that?
accomplished surgeon, but he was one of, if not the best, as far as reputation, worldwide for robotic prostate surgery. Those hands saved hundreds of lives and took one.
Those hands saved hundreds of lives and took one of them.
Oh,
Well, that's,
okay.
that's a new one. Yeah, so he has admitted he killed her in a drunken fight. So, yeah.
And he knows it. Every day, he wakes up, you'll hear evidence that he thinks of Katie. Nobody's happy with something like that. You live with it. But as human beings, in his honor, I suspect will instruct you that you look to the circumstances that surround the taking of a life. What was involved? What happened? Like if somebody's acting to protect themselves, or if somebody's acting out of hot blood, heat of passion, or if it's an accident even on certain cases. So when Harry comes over here to the United States, and he ended up meeting Kathleen McLean on Bumble, one of those websites. Nothing good ever comes from Bumble or Twitter or whatever those things are that you go on, your dating websites, and nothing wrong with that. You meet people, hopefully you meet the right one, maybe, or you have fun. So you're going to hear evidence that both Katie and Harry went on this dating website. He's living...
No, he's claiming he didn't do it. He claims he didn't unalive her, but he also admit that he did have a fight with her and accidentally strangled her, and then...
But it's claiming it's an accident, not...
Yeah, but again, like the,
right?
Yeah, but then I got surprised in the last New Hampshire trial where I thought the 5 new holes in someone's back. This one, yeah, he could have accidentally, but then you chuck someone in a lake with
and put
stones in their pants. That's yeah.
Kind of.
by himself. He's living life large. She's been married twice before. No judgment there. He was married twice before. So now he's living in Dover. And as he's living in Dover, and by the way, you're going to see a timeline. And here's the timeline that I think is somewhat relevant. You're going to see that in November of 17, Harry and Kathleen meet online. Like most of us, they date. They have fun, they end up feeling that they have feelings for each other. March 18. 4 months later. 4 months later, she moves into his house. His house. You heard the government indicate her house. Well, it's her house now. It was her house, and you'll hear evidence of that. So the house was in Dover, Massachusetts. You're going to hear evidence that Harry had occasion to work on that house. It was a very nice house. Here's the house in Dover. Here's a photograph of the backyard that he worked on, the pool, the cabana, the waterfall, outside TV. You're going to see evidence of the interior of the house. Beautiful home, downstairs, huge exercise gym, huge movie theater with a movie you can watch, office space. Because in March of 18, I can say it, Kathleen McLean and her 3 children, the dad, Steve Roca, her 3 children moved into the house and they're living together. He's working, he's going to Boston. And as I say, he didn't like to be Dr. Tuerk, he didn't like to be referred to in any type of appellations. What he preferred was his lifestyle, which involved his highly...
Not pro sector. Lawyer Reddington, you order your exhibits beforehand, so you don't do this.
Davidson, times 2. He was lucky enough to have 2 Harrys. And what he used to do is he used to go and do his surgery, and he never was one to want to wear, the guy with the round thing on the head and all that. He hated that stuff. He wasn't Dr. Tuerk, he was Harry. Everybody knew him. Everybody loved him. He would walk into work, and that was his attire. Harley Davidson get it underneath his surgical, he'd have Harley Davidson shirt. He became of such repute of St. Elizabeth, They were owned by that medical corporation, I forget. They own all the hospitals that they crashed. But in any event, he was the chief of urology. And he was such a star for them that there were billboards over the expressway in Boston. Just a guy living by himself, with his 2 motorcycles, his beautiful house, goes into Kathleen McLean. In December of 19, now we're talking March of 18 to December of 19, they get married. Drunk. He had a exposition that he had to do in Las Vegas. So they went to Las Vegas. He took her. They had a good time.
Do they have legs, kicks, and eggs in Denmark? Yes. Confusion?
Well, he's in Las Vegas and they were both intoxicated. They ended up going through the fast lane, the drive-through weddings, and ended up being able, this is not them, this is an ad, but to sit inside the pink Elvis Cadillac. The drive-through wedding in December of 19. January of 20.
If I know anything about America, speed weddings at Las Vegas is the best types of weddings. They always last. Jamie have told me this multiple times.
Mhm.
Every one of her 8 marriages where her husbands accidentally passed away, leaving her quite a lot sum of money, all were at the little wedding chapel in Las Vegas.
Yeah, just elope people.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
January of 20. Meets with a divorce lawyer. A woman here from Denver. Here Elizabeth. What's a divorce? Doesn't want to be with Kathleen McLean after the 5 months or so. Doesn't want to be married. She sends him an email. She says at the end of the month, thank you for the retainer, the money that you paid her, to divorce Kathleen McLean. You can hear evidence that Kathleen McLean constantly went on his cell phone. Constantly looking for whether or not he's on Bumble and Jumble or whatever it is, or whether or not he's flirting, or whether or not he's sexting, or whether or not he's having affairs, or whether or not he's cheating. There's a huge portion of it. 2 days after, the letter was written by the attorney confirming the divorce retainer had been received and there was going to be a divorce. She went to court, she got a restraining order against him. Threw him out of his own home, ordered by the court because she had a restraining order. Then she filed for divorce. So now at this point, he's in a situation where he's out. Where's he going to go? He calls a friend, Charlie Lax. Charlie's a nice guy, lets him stay at his house for a period of time, but how long are you going to be able to do that? So Charlie has him leave. You're going to hear evidence that after he left Charlie Lax's house, he ended up going, his counsel kind of blithely says, well, he went off to Florida. He didn't just go off to Florida. He had nowhere to live, literally. He ended up almost homeless. The time came, and remember that horrific time when the pandemic struck all of us. It was an international event. He was in Germany prior to that because he had a job. His life was changing. He was going to Germany. He was going to be a physician in Germany. He already had a job with a university. His life was on a much better track. You're going to hear evidence of his discussion about, well, you know, the Roca kids, they liked Dover, they liked the schools, they liked the programs. Katie didn't want to move the kids. He didn't care. Fine. Sell the house in June. When the kids are done in school, he didn't care. He was out of there. She knew it. As the pandemic got worse, at his age, being a physician, obviously, all of us, I suppose, at that point were concerned. He was worried about dying. Not an unusual thing that he was worried about, the height of that pandemic and the fear that took him by overwhelming emotion. He ended up consulting his doctor, and medication, and again, had nowhere to go. We're not going to do it. We'll say to a friend, can I stay with you? And they'd be like, dude, I'm sorry. No, this is stuff going on. You're going to hear evidence from one of the governor's witnesses who was a friend for a long time of Katie McLean, in 2015, I believe. Vanessa Pettigrew. Talked to her every day. There were 12,000 pages of texts that they sent back and forth to each other every day, talking about what's going on in their life, talking about, you know, whether or not what type of fingernail polish, what type of shoes, what type of dresses. Is this trashy? Does this look good? I think it was nice. And by the way, let's go to dinner. We're going to drink. Are you drunk? Are you okay? How's your alcohol problem?
I know I have it at 1.25, but isn't he jumping all over the place? I have a hard time
A little bit.
following.
Yeah, I don't know what he's.
In line. Meanwhile, he's reaching out to his best friend, Kurt Pfannenstein. German guy. He reaches out to Kurt, and I stay with you. You're going to see because he texted a text that he received from Harry to Vanessa Pettigrew. So you've got Kate McLean, you've got the two planets rolling around, Kurt and Vanessa. So Harry reaches out to Kurt and says, please, when I stay with you, I need safety. I have to stay somewhere and be safe. Chris says, no, I don't think so, I can't do that. But he sent that to Vanessa and the two of them said, it's too bad. He had a lawyer, good lawyer, real good guy. John Hoffman was representing him. John was dealing with her lawyer. And John would send, you'll see the emails, he'd send letters in the course of the negotiations. Can he please stay in the basement? It's his house. Can he stay in the basement? Put a lock on the door. And you'll see text between Kate McLean and Vanessa about Harry wants to stay in the basement, LOL. That's Harry wants to stay in the basement. He's not by her house. His house. But he now has to find a place to stay. Stays in Boston, one little bedroom with a friend. The friend, board of trustees, you hear evidence, wanted him out because of the pandemic. He went to Florida. In Florida, he stayed in a rusty, nasty trailer that a friend Bob Gannon let him stay in until Bob sold the trailer. In the interim, there were negotiations about reconciliation. And the negotiations basically were pretty simple. Kate McLean, who I submit you're going to hear, had a little house in Sudbury with a flooded basement and a lot of problems to it, but a $400,000 house that was underwater, that was being foreclosed on, that ultimately gets sold pre-foreclosure. Now she's living in that house in Dover. So she wanted on the deed. She wanted on the deed and she wanted a post-up. She wanted him to sign something that would give her half ownership in the property, and that's where David Kuyten comes in. David Kuyten, you'll hear from Zoom, was an attorney and a friend of Kate McLean's, and he talked every day, as many of her friends want to do, would talk sexting to her. At one point, getting somewhat descriptive about various sex acts and talking about the property. And he prepares the deed and she records the deed. He records the deed and she says, by the way, if he dies, do I get everything? So as time goes by,
I don't know what's happened. Someone has a flooded basement. Someone was in Florida, and we might be having sexting. I don't care about Florida. I don't care about basements, but I'm all for reenactment of sexting because it's the most embarrassing things ever in court. Especially with a lawyer. It's going to be fun when he's going to be cross-examined. So, you know, her brother had a flooded basement, so you thought, maybe I can get some pipe in there.
in the interest of reconciliation, he signs the deed. Signs it, puts her on the property. She owns half that property. Look at the date. 29th of April, 2020. Signed a post-up agreement, giving her $100,000, paying the lawyer's fees. You're going to see text messages between Vanessa, his best friend Kurt.
Which man? Brandon, you're losing me. This guy, he's a famous Massachusetts lawyer. Reddington, like the guy in the Blacklist.
You're going to see text messages with Kurt. And while Kurt was talking to him about trying to mediate between Katie McLean and Harry and trying to get things to work out, that he was sexting her. And she's responding. Ultimately, he's sending her what's referred to in the vernacular as dick pics. And she's sending him pictures of her breasts while she's in a bathtub. And this guy's going to be right up here on that witness stand. Can't wait. That's his best friend, Kurt. So as time goes by, Harry now comes back to Massachusetts, has nerve problems in his leg, and needs help. Roca, by the way, was persona non grata with Katie, ends up together, the two of them, pick up Harry, bring him to Dedham, stays in a hotel. While he's in the hotel, Katie is with him getting water, food, things of that nature. Has a restraining order. It says, don't worry about the restraining order. Come on back home, because he signed the deed. Come on back home, we're going to be a family again. She files documents with an attorney. You're going to hear from Mike Thaler, there's an attorney here in.
Well, it was the promises of titlets and well, the D pics is more for Jamie. She's a fan of those, but just hope they put it on the big screen, not on that easel, so we can't see them.
Could you imagine a blown up picture? He puts it up there.
Put him on the stand and then put it up there and say, "Oh, sorry, can we enhance so it looks a little bit bigger so people in the back can see it?" Yeah.
Finally dismissing restraining orders. Life is
Could you
good.
imagine
Harry's
printing
gonna come
those
back
off
home.
at Kinko's before the trial?
Sorry, I need them in A3 format. Thank you.
Yeah.
They have that nice night that the DA was talking about. They're playing a board game with the kids. They're drinking. They're having martinis. Then they have whiskey. Then they have an argument. Then they go upstairs to the bedroom. That's where they go upstairs, and the DA says that he, with his anger, decided that he was going to murder her. Well, that's a good life choice, huh? But what actually happened, and you'll see the evidence is pretty clear, that what happens is they're in the bedroom, and they're arguing. And she's talking about the other men. She's got hundreds of guys after her on these websites. And do you think I really loved you? Do you think I really loved you? I'm calling the police tomorrow. You're getting out of here. They got in the course of an argument. She had a rocks glass in her hand. She had her cell phone in the other hand. He got on his knees. He said, Katie, please don't. She smashed the rocks glass off his head, the right side of his head, not the left side like the police think. At that point, with one hand, the size of that hand, the strength of that hand, he grabbed her, snapped the highway, she died. You're going to hear evidence from Dr. Laposada, pathologist from Rhode Island. Dr. Laposada will tell you that a lot of what appears to be in any of these pictures that His Honor asked you about, can you handle looking at these pictures that are not pleasant? There's twigs and leaves and stuff on the pond. There's what appears to be bluish skin on the face. A lot of that is from lying face down in the pond, in the pooling of blood, post-mortem. You're going to hear evidence that death was within seconds. He panics, doesn't know what to do. This is post-homicide conduct. The deed is done. What's for you to determine is, can the government show you and prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this was not killing in hot blood, heat of passion, sudden combat, as opposed to premeditated malice of forethought and cruelty and atrocity. Putting someone in a pond, this is called fright or flight. Bad move. Should have called 911. Nevertheless, it was a panicked move. You're going to see that when he was in the hospital, you're going to see that he was passed out. He had a 226 blood alcohol level. District Attorney will talk to you about his statements to the police in the course of that questioning, almost as if, he's writing a presidential speech and has all of his wits about him. This is what he looked like when the police first went into the hospital. That's what he looked like. He was passed out. He was coming out of it. Medication, significantly intoxicated, Medical records indicating that the doctors at Norwood believed it was attempted suicide by alcohol poisoning. In the course of talking to the police, and you're going to hear the video, hear the audio, you're going to see, I submit to you, that he was confused with a lot of questions, but nevertheless was trying to be.
She did it first, so she hit him in the face with a rocks glass, and then he just squeezed, because everyone knows that it just takes one little boop and people pass out. I've seen it in movies. I also seen Charlize Theron beat up 120 kilo guys. That's just it's not enough just to do a little boop. He has to have grabbed and hold, and then chuck some stones into her pants and throw her in a pond.
Yeah, just like Dave said, it's like,
Yeah, he's
Just-
not free. He's just going to get manslaughter. That's where they're going with it, because he admitted it to the cops that he did it. So they just want to get it down to manslaughter.
yeah. Yep.
Yes. It looks like a picture of Baker sleeping. How would you know how I look sleeping? Uh-huh.
The gentleman was trying to be cooperative. Police officers noticed his wrist. He tried, fell himself in a state of despondency, total misery. That, members of the jury, is the evidence that will be presented to you, and ultimately at the end of the case, it's up to you to determine whether or not the government has proven this case, to what degree, if any.
They say we do it differently than Americans do it. You go by percentage. We go by the promille. But they say that 0.2 or 0.2 is where a normal person will pass out. Dave, it's 0.2 glass of Prosecco, then he'll pass out.
On a reasonable doubt. And you heard the magistrate, Margaret, indicate to you
No, she had 3 kids from a prior marriage.
that you as a jury pass between the defendant. Even though we call people that are charged with a crime a defendant, the person, as his Honor said, doesn't have to defend against anything. Government's burden of proof, but nevertheless, you as a jury pass between the defendant and the Commonwealth, the DA's office, the police, crime labs, all the rest of it. You pass between the government and the defendant, who has placed himself on his country, which country you are. And that she then went on and said, and you are charged with hearing the evidence on your oath that you took as jurors. We are confident and appreciate, because it is a service. When jurors come and you take time out of your lives, knowing that that protects all of us, we have a right to go before a jury of our peers to determine whether or not the government has proven a case beyond a reasonable doubt. At the end of the case, we get a chance to do a closing argument. Again, what I say is not evidence. What the DA says is not evidence. What's evidence is what you hear from here, photographs, exhibits, things of that nature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we're going to pass out the notebooks and pens at this time, I'm just going to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Jury in the matter now. One found is there that the testimony shall give to the court.
I know it's not a beauty pageant or anything, but when you go to court, brush your hair so you don't look like you were hanging out with Kate Peters yesterday. She looks like she's hungover. This is like the picture Brandon sends me every morning when he wakes up and, Jesus, my Lord isn't good for me. And I keep getting that picture every morning and saying, Brandon, then don't drink it. I don't wanna, I have to.
The jury in the matter now can shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Slide.
Thank you.
There you go.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
May.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Vanessa Irene Pettigrew.
Could you please, oh, I'm sorry.
TTIGREW.
What is your date of birth?
7/15/1983.
Do you work?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a quality improvement specialist.
What does that entail?
I do quality improvement projects for hospitals, for community health centers, and for community members.
Where do you live?
I live in Wellesley, Massachusetts.
Are you familiar with Kathleen McLean?
Yes, I am.
Did she also go by Katie?
Yes.
When did you meet Katie?
I met Katie in 2015, and prior to that, I had...
Yes, this is your favorite court reporter who's covering this. This is the big courtroom in Stoughton. The one that Bev said we can't have, let's get the small one instead so we can have OnlyFan. This have only clock. It's not the same, but the only clock is appropriate when it's a urologist who is the defendant. Jamie said that was a good joke. I don't understand it. But interesting case. He just squeezed her neck and she died. And then he threw her in a lake.
Yeah.
As you do.
With rocks in her pants.
met her on an
Sorry?
With rocks in her pants.
Who doesn't have rocks in your pants, Jamie?
informal basis.
How did you meet her in 2015?
I became a client of hers. I was referred to her from a friend.
So when you say a client, what do you mean?
She's a Reiki practitioner.
Could you please explain to us what a Reiki practitioner is?
Yes, I'm actually also a Reiki practitioner, and I studied 2 other different modalities as well. And it's an energy therapy that helps people with wellness. It helps them with calming and overall sense of great well-being. It's a modality that has been proven in studies to show to be effective in PubMed, and it's readily researchable now.
So when you met Katie in 2015,
Because she didn't pull it down. Wikipedia describes Reiki as a pseudo-scientific form of energy healing, a type of alternative medicine originating in Japan.
Yeah.
Reiki practitioners use a technique called palm healing or hands-on healing, through which, according to practitioners, a universal energy is transferred through the palms of the practitioner to the client to encourage emotional and physical healing. It's based on Qi, which practitioners say is a universal life force, although there's no empirical evidence that such life force exists. So that's what Valhalla was doing to me.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Interesting.
we learned it with our massage therapy stuff. They like teach it, but it's not like a big part of it. But people specialize in it, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
she was practicing Reiki.
Yes, she was.
Where was she doing that?
She was doing that in her practice in Marlborough, her office.
Did Katie have any children when you met her?
Yes, Katie has 3 children.
So I guess I should back up a little bit. You met Katie when you were a client of hers while she was doing Reiki.
Yes.
Did your relationship continue outside of Reiki?
Yes, I actually had maybe 1 or 2 sessions with her, and then I felt comfortable from there on taking things on my own, and we became really good friends and actually sort of an apprentice at one point. So we had a very close relationship.
A class is $200 in Denmark if you want to become a practitioner.
Mhm.
It's $200 per time.
And you said when you met Katie, she had 3 children?
Yes.
Was she married at the time that you met her?
Yes, she was married at the time I met her.
Who was she married to?
She was married to Chris Foley.
Is Chris Foley the father of her children?
No,
Who is?
that is Stephen Rocca.
And where was she living when she was married to Chris Foley?
She was living in Sudbury.
Did her children live with her?
Yes, they did.
At some point, did she divorce Chris Foley?
Yes, she did.
Where did she live after that?
She lived in Sudbury in her own home.
Who did she live with?
She lived with her 3 children.
And are you familiar with Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes, I am.
How did you meet him?
I met Harry through Katie around November.
So you said Harry. Is that how
Yes.
you knew him?
Yes, his nickname was Harry.
Okay. And you said that you met Harry through Katie, is that right?
That's right.
Had you been friends?
She better stop that lip smacking, or Marissa will call the courtroom.
With Katie when she met Mr. Tuerk?
Can you repeat that?
So you had been friends with Katie when she met Mr. Tuerk, is that
I
right?
was friends with Katie much prior to meeting Mr. Tuerk, that's right.
How did they meet, if you know?
They met through online dating.
And do you see Mr. Tuerk in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by an article of clothing?
Yes, he's wearing a blue tie.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
Yeah. How often did you communicate with Katie during your friendship with her?
Katie and I talked almost every day by text and by phone.
How often would you see her physically?
We got to be pretty close. We would see each other on weekends pretty often.
How much time did you spend with Katie and the defendant when they were together?
The same.
The problem is StreamYard will automatically try and balance it out. And if court is going, you can't hear me, and I can't override it. That's a StreamYard problem.
Amount of time, it was.
That's why I stop and talk instead of just talking over court.
It was nice. We watched football games together. We had really great cookouts and times together as friends.
How often do you think that you spent time with the two of them together?
At least a couple times a month.
Would you speak with the defendant separately from Katie?
I would, yes.
How often would you say?
Less. Our relationship was a little bit different. Katie and I were very close on multiple different ways. Harry and I became colleagues, and so we would talk mostly about work.
So can we talk a little bit about that? How did you and Harry become colleagues?
I applied to St. Elizabeth Medical Center as a surgical technologist, and I had a coworker that already worked there. Her name was Patricia McNamee, and she was the VP of Perioperative Services that I worked prior with her at Beth Israel. And so I applied there. I let Harry know I applied, and that's how the position started.
Why did you let Harry know when you applied to St. Elizabeth's?
Harry was a surgeon there.
And do you know in what field?
Yes, he was the chief of urology.
When did you...
The surgery department.
Oh, thank you. When did you get your job at St. Elizabeth's?
It was around 2018.
No, it's fine, because I just have to remind myself not to talk over court because StreamYard have that stupid problem that it'll try and feed the audio through and then keep mine down. So have to stop and talk. Stoppe e toque is how they say it in Spanish, Jamie.
Oh, Baker. Hey, before you go, I gotta jump off. I will be back later.
Yeah, go jump in a pond with some rocks in your leggings.
Rocks in your leggings. Okay, bye.
Bye.
that I recall.
Would you see Harry during your work shifts?
I saw him almost daily, if not face-to-face. I saw him working. He worked almost 4 days a week in surgery. And I was in the OR with him on occasion.
About how many times were you in the OR with him?
Off the top of my head, at least 20, if not more.
And how was the defendant referred to while he was at work?
Most people called him Harry or Dr. Tuerk.
You stated that Katie was living in Sudbury after she had divorced Chris Foley. Is that right?
That's right.
Was she living there when she met the defendant?
Yes, she was. She had a lovely house in Sudbury.
At some point, did her living situation change?
Yes, she decided to move in with Ingolf Tuerk.
Where was that?
In Dover, Massachusetts, on 26 Valley Road.
You said 26 Valley Road?
29 Valley Road. Sorry,
Thank you.
excuse me.
And who was living in the house at that time when Katie moved in?
When Katie moved in, Harry had his 2 children, and also Katie's children moved in as well.
Were the defendant's children living in the house full-time?
Part-time. Their mother lived in Dover as well.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that?
The children that Harry had, mother
So,
lived in Dover as well.
so there was shared custody between the defendant's children, is that right?
Yes.
When Katie moved into the defendant's home at 29 Valley Road, what was the status of their relationship? Were they married?
When they moved in?
Yes.
They were dating with the idea of getting engaged.
Did they get married?
Yes, they did.
When was that?
It was in December.
Were you at the wedding?
I was not. It was in Vegas.
How did that come about, if you know?
They had been talking about getting married for a long time in their relationship, and they had talked back and forth about getting married in Vegas a number of times. So on this occasion, it was just kind of a surprise for the family and all.
We haven't heard anything about the kids, and again, I don't do the deep dives.
All of us that they got married in Vegas, and you know, the kids got along really well, so it made sense at the time.
Were the kids at the wedding in Vegas, if you know?
Not that I know of.
So it was just the 2 of them that went on a vacation and ended up getting married?
Yep, private moment.
And after they got married, did they continue to live at 29 Valley Road?
They did.
Turning your attention to February 3rd of 2020, did Katie obtain a 209A restraining order against the defendant?
Yes, she did.
As a condition of that restraining order, did the defendant have to leave 29 Valley Road?
Yes, he did.
Where did he go, if you know?
He went to first a colleague from.
I believe it was 2018 that they got married. Maybe 19. I might be wrong.
And Charles Lax, he went to another place in Dover, and then he eventually, I think, went to Florida to live with Bob from Stewart. He had a camper in Florida that he was staying in.
How often were you communicating with Katie at that point?
Pretty much daily.
How would you communicate with her?
Mostly by text and also by phone.
What types of things would you and Katie talk about?
We would talk about her day-to-day, you know, the weather. We would talk about COVID, because it was COVID at the time. We would talk about anything and everything, fashion, nails, literally everything that a friend would talk to a good friend about, her family, her kids.
Full disclosure, I have never talked about any of those subjects to any of my good friends.
I feel like I knew the kids myself very well. She would send me videos of the kids.
Would you talk about
Does she have a shiner? It looks like someone punched her in the face. Ma'am, do you need help?
your relationships?
Yes.
And in February 3rd, or around February of 2020, after the defendant had moved out of the house, were they taking steps towards divorce, if you know?
They were, yes.
At some point in April of 2020, did that change?
Yes, there was a change. Harry had sent an email through his lawyer to reconcile.
And was Katie considering that?
She was going back and forth. She was uncertain, but conflicted. She had to weigh the pros and cons. She was very concerned about her children having a normal, stable life.
They won't if she had them with one guy, then got married to another guy, and now got married to a third guy. That's not a normal, stable life. She just slipped and fell on that pole. Yeah, she ran into the door, her boyfriend told us.
She wanted the best for her kids. That's all she wanted.
All that she wants is another baby. It's gonna get you.
And did they move towards reconciliation, if you know?
They did.
How did that happen?
Like I said, Harry's lawyer reached out that he wanted to reconcile, and they started the process. I believe there was a prenuptial agreement, and
She was a Reiki practitioner. Hey, BX Luna.
and there were several things that they had to decide upon with each other that they would do moving forward to make it work, including having Dr. Tuerk undergo some psychiatric help and to refrain from
Sustained.
alcohol.
Excuse me.
Sustained. Please disregard that last answer is stricken. Next question, please.
So when they began reconciliation or talking about reconciliation, where was Katie and her children living at that time?
Katie and her children were living in Dover.
And where was the defendant living?
He was living in a hotel in Dedham.
Prior to coming to the hotel in Dedham, where was he living, if you know?
As far as I know, he was living in Florida, and he had come up from that trip by car.
Did he drive himself, if you know?
Katie helped him.
Marissa, can you please call and tell them to make her stop smacking her lips this bad? Is it a Massachusetts thing? It happened constantly during the Karen Reed trial as well. Oh.
And how is that?
He had some back pain, and he felt like he couldn't do the drive alone. So she, out of the kindness of her heart, obviously wanted to help him. And she drove to meet him halfway, and I believe Mr. Rocca also went as well to help make the transition of cars.
Mr. Rocca being the children's father, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. When the defendant came back from Florida and was staying in the hotel in Dedham, was Katie seeing him?
Can you repeat that?
When the defendant came back from Florida and was staying at that Dedham hotel, was Katie seeing him at that time?
Yes, she would bring him food. It was COVID. It was very difficult to get supplies and food, and she would supply him with his dinners or something to eat.
Was him coming to Dedham just another step in reconciliation?
Yeah, it was a way to safely try things out and to, maintain the relationship.
Turning your attention to May 15th of 2020, do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
What happened?
I received a text message from our friend Kurt
What's Kurt's last name?
Fenesteel.
And what was the text message that you received?
I received a message believed to be from Harry, and he made a kind of alarming statement to Kurt, and we didn't really know exactly what it meant.
So I think I'm going to back you up just a little bit. Approximately what time was the first text message that you received from your friend Kurt?
It was around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Does she look like the older one of the Sullivan sisters? Is that the one I'm thinking about?
Okay. And what was that first text message that you received, if you can recall?
I remember the context of the message. It basically said, "Sorry, brother," and said that Katie was a devil, and she manipulated everybody.
Prior to receiving that text message, did you receive another text message from Kurt?
Yes.
I'm not sure which text you'd be referring to.
No, because she got the text message, so she can say it. It was she has first-hand knowledge of it.
Is your memory exhausted as to the text messages that you first received from Kurt on May 15th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful to review your text messages?
Sure.
Thank you. Your Honor, these have been pre-marked as exhibits. Once I show the exhibit to the witness, may I display them on the screen?
Yes, no objection,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Reddington?
No, of course not, no.
You may.
And if you could just look at exhibit 147 to yourself and read it and let me know when your memory is refreshed, please.
No, she was talking about Kurt, her boyfriend.
Okay, I understand.
Okay. And what was that first text message that you received from Kurt?
He was asking me to call him as soon as possible.
And what else did he say?
He said we might have a popcorn situation.
What did that mean to you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear it. We might have a what situation?
We might have a popcorn situation.
Okay, thank you.
And what did that mean to you?
Objection.
Overall, she can answer it.
No, Katie is the one who isn't here anymore. Kurt is the one who got the text message about Katie being an a-hole. And in a pond with some rocks.
Popcorn was a code word if Katie needed anything from Kurt and I immediately, that we would be able to respond to her as soon as possible.
When you first got those two messages in the early morning hours of May 15th, how did you feel?
Objection.
I felt,
Okay, next question.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, could you please put exhibit 147 on the screen? And if you could move up just a little bit.
There's a bit of a glare. Could we possibly turn the lights down a little bit?
Oh, exhibits we can see.
Is that better, Juris? Yes. Okay, all right. Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move the screen down a little bit, thank you. And Ms. Pettigrew, are those the two messages that you received from Kurt on May 15th?
yes, they are.
Okay. And did you receive a third text message from him?
Yes.
And what was the third text message that you received from him?
The third text message was a copy of a text from Harry.
And what did that text message say?
That text message said, "I'm sorry, brother. Katie's the devil, and she manipulated all of us."
Ms. Gilman, could you please move down to page 2? And there's a text message in green on page 2 of exhibit 147. Is that the text that you received from Kurt that morning?
Yes.
And what does it say?
"Kurt, I am sorry, brother.
If you need to refer to the exhibit in front of you, if that's easier to read, I know the screen is somewhat far away. I apologize for that.
Kurt, I am sorry, brother. but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you, Harry.
After receiving that text message, what did you do?
After receiving this text message, I tried reaching out to Katie, and me and my husband, we got into the car and we tried to, the first thing we thought of was, and what I thought of was to check on the children.
And where did you go?
We went to the house at 29 Valley Road.
When you got to the house, what, if any, cars did you see there?
I didn't see any cars.
What did you do when you got to 29 Valley Road?
I rang and knocked on the front door several times. We didn't get an answer, so we got back in the car and we tried to find where Harry's hotel was.
How did you do that?
We knew it was in Dedham, and we just tried which hotel we thought it might be.
What happened while you were looking for the hotel that the defendant was staying at?
I was able to see the two cars from the home at the hotel, and I knew that that was the right location. There was a Jeep and a Mercedes parked there.
What did you do when you saw the Jeep and the Mercedes parked there?
I took a picture of both, and then I went inside, and
I'm going to stop you there. Ms. Gilman, could you please put Exhibit 118 on the screen? You could just move, thank you very much. And looking at Exhibit 118, could you please describe what that is?
That is the Jeep that they had.
Is that the photograph you took when you went to the hotel in the early morning hours of May 15th?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you please put Exhibit 117 up on the screen?
We finally found the white Jeep. We're gonna crack the Karen Reed case open with this one.
Thank you. And what is depicted in this photograph?
A Mercedes.
Thank you.
And whose Mercedes is that?
That is also one of the family vehicles.
And was that in the parking lot in Dedham on the early morning hours of May 15th?
Yes, they were next to each other.
To your knowledge, who normally drove the Jeep?
Harry liked the Jeep, so Harry would drive the Jeep.
What about the Mercedes?
Often Katie would drive it, but they would occasionally switch up the vehicles.
When Harry was living in Florida, which car was Katie driving?
She was,
If you know. If you don't remember, that's fine.
she was mostly driving the Jeep, but I don't recall which in particular.
Thank you. So you stated that you found the hotel in Dedham when you found the vehicles in the parking lot, is that right?
Yes.
After you snapped those two pictures that we just saw, what did you do?
I went in, and I'd like to remind everyone that it was COVID time, so it was a little bit awkward.
When you say awkward, what do you mean?
People weren't supposed to be talking to each other, like gathering or anything like that, so it was just an awkward time for everyone. So to be like looking for someone and trying to find someone, it was just a little bit awkward. So I went up to the clerk at the front desk, and I asked if they could ring the room of Harry Tuerk.
And what happened then?
They rang the room multiple times and nobody picked up. And I was very frustrated. I couldn't reach my friend because I thought she was in there because the car was there. So then I went back to the house at 29 Valley Road, and I tried to make sure the kids were okay again for a second time. And I went to the side door, the glass door this time.
So you said that when you went to the hotel, you were sort of frustrated because you couldn't get in touch with your friend when they were ringing the room. Is that right?
That's right.
Which friend are you referring to?
Katie.
Were you trying to get in touch with her in any other way during this time period?
Yeah, phone calls, text messages. It was not like her.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
It was not like her to not answer repeated texts or phone calls.
And when you say phone calls, that would be to her cell phone, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you left the hotel when you could not find Katie, you said you returned to 29 Valley Road, is that right?
I did.
Then what happened?
I knocked on the side door, which was glass, and that leads into the kitchen. And I saw Sam there. And
Who's Sam?
Sam is her son.
Okay. And approximately how old was Sam at the time, if you know?
I don't remember. Maybe 13 around.
Okay. And what happened when you found Sam in the kitchen?
I think I startled him. I was frantic. upstairs.
Did you see any of the other children at that time?
I did not. They were upstairs, and my goal was to get the phone number for the dad and just make sure everybody was in the house.
So you said that you entered the house through the side door and you were in the kitchen, is that right?
Yes.
Did you go in any other rooms in the house?
I did not.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 148 on the screen? And what is depicted in Exhibit 148?
That is the house that...
No, Kurt is her boyfriend. The penile exhibitor was the lawyer. And I don't think that's Kurt.
29 Valley Road.
Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Yes.
Yes, because if it's just fast enough to hold a conversation, you will get a cardio out of it. So please do that. Get some steps in, brother.
I'm handing you a laser pointer.
Okay.
So you have to press this button. If you could please show the jury, you stated that you originally went to the front door. If you could just show us where the front door is located at 29 Valley Road.
I don't know if it's reaching.
It will, just move it around. Thank you.
This is the front door.
And when you returned the second time after you had been to the hotel, you said that you went to the side door? You can show us where that side door
The
is.
side door was over on this side.
And that led directly into the kitchen?
Yes.
Is the side door in between the garage and the house?
It was in the back. It was in the back of the house. Like they had a patio and things like that in the back. And on the patio deck, there was a sliding door that was glass.
Okay, so if, Ms. Gilman, if you could place Exhibit 149. So this door that's in between the garage and the home, that's not the door that you went in?
No, it wasn't. I did look through that door, but I went to the side door to meet Sam in the kitchen.
When you went to the sliding glass door, did you have to go through a fence or a gate or anything like that?
I don't remember if there's a gate that I went through, but I had to knock on the door because that was a locked door, and Sam opened it up.
Thank you. So you stated that you spoke with Sam and you were able to get Mr. Roca's phone number, is that right?
No. You should walk at a brisk pace. That's good for your heart. I do that when I have done my muscular exercises. I'll do my cardiovascular exercise, and that's mostly walking because I can't run with my bad back. So I walk at a brisk pace to keep my heart rate up. It's good to get the old knocking, banging a little harder.
Yes.
What did you do at that time?
I had gone home, and I took a couple minutes to kind of gather myself and think about what to say.
Why do we need all of these details? I took a couple of minutes to gather myself. I was contemplating. Just tell the story. You don't have...
To the father, and I told him that the kids were home alone. I couldn't find Katie, and I didn't know what was going on, but it would be a good idea to do a wellness check.
And at that point, did your conversation with Stephen Roca end?
I sent him the pictures of the two cars of where I thought they were, or where now I knew they were. And I had also, I think, sent the text from Kurt that made me more alarmed to think that they needed a wellness check.
And at that point, did you stay at your home after you had alerted Mr. Roca to the situation?
Yes, I did. I took a shower, and then I tried to kind of like look at places where Katie might have gone if she,
The shower part isn't necessary for the story. Yes, I kept looking for her.
just needed like some time by herself where she might be.
At some point that evening of May 15th of 2020, did you go to the Dover police station?
I did.
Why did you do that?
By that time, Stephen had called me and told me that something was going on with Harry, that he was being brought out by an ambulance, and he was like, what is going on? And the Dover police had been involved, and the Dedham police had been involved at that point. And then the Dover police called us in for, Kurt and I, for a statement.
Did you give them anything else while you were at the Dover police station?
Yes, I gave them my phone because I thought it would help find Katie quicker.
And did you consent
Was she
to
in
an
your
extraction
phone?
of your cell phone?
I did.
Was that done to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Does anybody need to break jurors before cross-examination? Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Probably towards the end. Would you agree with me that you and Ms. McLean communicated on a literally daily basis from 2014 to 15 up to 2020?
Roughly daily, I mean, yes.
And you'd agree with me that your communications on a daily basis would really pretty much consume most of the day? You talk in the morning, you talk in the afternoon, you talk late afternoon, you talk in the evening, you talk in the late evening.
Depend on what was going on. Obviously, we have jobs,
Right.
family matters,
So
activities.
how many texts do you believe over that period of time? Would you agree with me that 2014 or 15 you first made contact with Ms. McLean?
Around 2015.
And from 2015 until 2020, would you agree with me that you had almost 12,000 pages of text messages between yourself and Katie?
I don't know. It's not her appearance; it's her hair. I don't like. Her hair looks like she's been on a bender. Just put a comb through your hair. There's big, there's small people all around the world. She should just comb her hair. She's going to court, and she really likes being in court, it seems.
I can't confirm how many pages. I've never seen them printed out.
Okay.
But there was a lot of text
A
messages,
lot of
yes.
text messages, yeah. And when the police were investigating this case in the very beginning, did they ask you to sign a document to
They
get
did.
access to your phone?
They did.
And did they seize your phone?
They did not seize my phone.
Did they look at your phone?
They did.
Did you have any text messages from yourself and Katie? Whether it's 12,000 pages worth or 1 page? Did you have any text messages between the two of you on your phone?
Yes, we had text messages between us on my phone.
And going how far back?
As far as I know, they started in 2015.
So your testimony would be that you did not delete any text messages with Katie. Is that right?
I don't recall which text messages were deleted or not deleted.
Okay. You started to get involved with this investigation on the 20th of May when you called the police and indicated that you had been to the house and that you could not find Katie. Is that correct?
I didn't call the police, Mr. Rocca did, but I made a statement at the police department in Dover.
And when you went to the police department in Dover, do you recall how many times, if you remember, that you spoke to the police investigators from Dover Police Department? Once or twice? Because you gave an interview, right?
I gave an interview, yes.
All right. Do you remember the date that you gave them the interview?
It was on the date that she was missing.
Do you recall when you spoke with, was it Trooper Jeffrey Kotkowski that you spoke to? If you remember.
I don't remember his last name. I remember speaking to an officer
Okay,
in
so
the
you don't,
Dover PD
you don't
department.
remember his last name. That's fine. And you told the police in that investigation what you knew about the relationship she had with Harry Tuerk, correct?
Yes,
Now, you knew Harry Tuerk because actually he had done surgery on your father, right?
that is completely incorrect.
He did not do surgery on your father.
No, he did not.
Tell the police that he did surgery on your father?
No.
So when you first met Harry Tuerk, it would be through Kathleen McLean?
Yes, it was through Katie McLean.
And you knew that, and she introduced you to Harry, right?
Yes,
She told you that Harry was a surgeon at St. E's, right?
that's right.
Were you working at St. E's at the time?
I was not.
You wanted, however, to work at St. E's, correct?
Yes, one of my prior colleagues was working there and Harry was working there, so
Your answer is yes, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall speaking to Ms. McLean and asking whether or not she'd talk to Harry about getting you a job there?
I think it's normal for people who are getting a job to get recommendations.
Can you just answer the question?
So yes, that's something I would
I
do.
mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not what you know, who you know, as they say, right? I mean, if you know somebody, that's fine. You can reach out and they can help you out, right? And that's what he did, right? Yes? You're nodding your
Yes.
head? And he got you the job at St. E's, right? And you were a good worker? Yes?
Yes,
And on occasion, you even worked with him, right?
I did.
And you had occasion to observe his surgical techniques, right?
Absolutely.
And in your text messages, you actually, on one occasion, indicated that his surgery was music.
Yes, it was.
And it was fun to watch. It was interesting to watch him act as a surgeon because he did a damn good job at it, right?
Absolutely.
When you met Katie, when you first started talking with Ms. McLean, would you agree with me that one of the things that you two would talk about was her concerns that Harry was having relationships with other women online or offline, right?
That topic came up.
It came up about 1,000 times, right? It wasn't just come up once, it came up all the time, right?
I think the culture of hospitals is that there's some questions about relationships that goes on.
Okay. Well, I mean, she would reach out to you in your text messages. For example, do you recall in the beginning portion of your relationship would be page 1710 on the texts, that she sent you a message saying that she is
Objection.
All right, first of all, is there a date on that, Mr. Reddington?
You have 1710 on this.
It's McLean, not McLean. McLean. It's McLean.
August 6th,
Of what year?
2018. You have their relationship.
Can you show Ms. Beatty and Ms. McLaughlin, please?
Could we approach, please?
Yes, we can approach.
Bring a laptop.
The state team should really turn off their microphones because they are constantly getting picked up. And I think it's one of them smacking, because I was thinking she's ghost smacking her lips, but I think it's one of the state team who's just... But are we getting into a jealousy thing now, or what? Where are we going with these text messages? Is it McLaughlin? Is it McLaughlin? No, it's not. It can't. She can't be on another case, especially not on another unaliving case. I can't. No, that will, even though they don't make any, don't do anything in court. That no, I don't think so. It's yeah. Patient to one of our nurses. Look at that hair. I bet I could get a cup of dirt out of that hair. That clock has seen better days. Oh, the clock. I like old vintage clock. I have like a cuckoo clock. In Danish we call them Bornholmer. But I have an old clock from 1792. That's before your country was wearing long pants. It was still a toddler. But maybe? How should I know, Holly Mac? Yeah, grandfather clock is also some of those. You should add other possibilities. I put in 3 possibilities. Just look. I like the that's a little bit cracked. I like old stuff should look old. They probably should think the bronze should be cleaned up a little bit. But other than that, I like this watch. I think I said that when we were in this courtroom back in the Karen Reed case. First 2 hearings, I believe we were in this courtroom. I like clocks like this. I don't have mine on because I can't figure out how to disengage the bell so it'll chime every, I think, like half an hour. So I don't have that on, but I like old clocks. I think Reddington is heading towards the deceased was jealous and insecure of women around Tuerk. Probably used this woman as a spy. Yeah, maybe, but how does he then get to her smacking him in the face with a glass? Another glass in another Massachusetts case, because that's what he said. She punched him in the face with a rock glass, and she was the one who didn't want to be married. So I can't see how that coalesces with being jealous if she don't want to have a relationship. Yeah, but who would want a digital grandfather clock? You can't stand hearing a clock. I like it. It's like having a metronome. Is that Fedorowski? That's in 7, right? That he turns on his metronome to fall asleep. We had a clock in the den and had family down for a visit. The next morning they said they couldn't sleep because of the damn clock. Tick, tick, tick. Yeah, but you get used to it. This grandfather clock is from, well, it's not from the farm I'm named after because we didn't buy that till 19 something, but it's been in the family since 1792. So it always was in my grandmother's house and then in my parents' house. So it's a nice thing to. When I was a kid, I used to fall asleep to the. I like that. That I can shut them up. I collect Chelsea clocks from WW2 Navy ships. I don't know what a Chelsea clock is. Average step is here for the clocks. When I had to empty the house after my father passed away, I found inside of that clock face was the bill from the last time that it was serviced, and that was in 1942 or something like that, the last time the clock was serviced. I missed the Westminster chime I remember from my youth at Grandma's house. But it's not the same with digital. I leave for 2 seconds and we are talking clocks, not roosters. Brandon, can't talk roosters all the time.
I'm going.
No, it's a favorite topic of yours, but are we on a break? What's happening?
Hoffman. Show double FMEN.
What's going on? Yeah, finally we have good audio. The problem is they have way too many microphones turned on because they should turn the ones off at the lawyers' tables. Oh, interesting. I don't know. Marissa has a, yeah. I'm running a good Christian channel here, and then Marissa just comes in, and it's all about the rooster. My son's grandfather would go to Germany for work and would bring home a cuckoo clock from the Black Forest. I even have a wood nymph from there. Well, I had a case where a guy went to the Black Forest in Germany. He just called it the rainforest in Germany. Then they went to Zermatt, and he had his first kiss under the Eiffel Tower. And then 30 years later, he drove from Tennessee to Texas and pew-pewed his high school sweetheart's husband 7 times, I believe it was. That case have the most cringe moment ever in court history, because they were also sexting, and this very dapper-looking black police detective was reading this very doughy white guy's text, and then this middle-aged housewife prosecutor was reading the lady part, and it went from, well, I miss you and how you doing, and I talked to your father and got your number, to, yeah, my husband actually drowned me yesterday when he forced me to give mouth hugs in a jacuzzi, and he had to resuscitate me. And 2 seconds later, oh, by the way, could you nominate me if we're ever together in a relationship? And then, oh, the next day she was talking about my husband for my birthday rented me out to 7 other guys. And this police detective, you could just see him thinking, what's wrong with white people? That was some of the most strange and most fun text exchanges ever. Don't tell Baker. Tell Baker what? Yes. Sue, nothing's going on. I'm going down memory lanes of trials I have covered. But that's some of the worst ever. On my webcam. How's that? Black Forest cheesecake. Well, you shouldn't have Black Forest cheesecake because that's not the right one. You should just have a Black Forest cake. It's a great cake. I don't know why you must ruin it by putting cheese in it. Brandon, you're whiter than I am. Sue, I had to bring your attention back. I could see the numbers were dropping, so I was thinking if I tell a little bit about Sergeant Dumb, maybe I can get my numbers back over 200. Hey, Dave. Which is the city of roses? What city is the city of roses? I don't know what it is. Thank you. Finally, someone who has some good taste. Portland, Oregon. That's in Colorado. Pasadena. Røros. We don't have I don't think we have any cities that we kind of think is famous for their flowers. I think we leave that to the Dutch. They're famous for their tulips. Rose Bowl. I don't know. I don't follow college sports, so I don't understand I don't understand that whole bowl system, because it's not the winner of something that goes into a bowl. And some of them is the GoDaddy Bowl and we think you kind of hit a home run once in football bowl. I don't understand that, and I don't understand March Madness. Why is everyone hyped about that? Why don't you just have a regular season, and when you're done with that, you have a winner, and you have two that gets put into a lower league, and then two gets promoted from the lower league. Very simple, instead of all of this. Can we make a bowl game? So you won? No. We came 25th in the season, but we made the Piñata Bowl. Oh, is that in Mexico? No. We play that in Canada. Why is it the Piñata Bowl? Because it's named after the Fort Pinto. I don't get it. It was a pre-playoff system. It was weird. The Rose Bowl is in Pasadena. Yeah, it's and again, it was an accident. Because it makes $1 billion. Just have a playoff. Then have fewer teams. Why do you need so many teams? Or you could just have. Hear me out. Kind of like in the football world, where you have NFC East, West, Northeast. I don't know, Florida. One winner in all of those, and you play against each other, and then you have the Super Bowl. You don't. I came number 3 in the Florida ranks, so I go play the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim in the Twizzlers Bowl. No. You get a slap in the face and be told to do better next year. Hey, that's so Jeannie. How are you doing? Welcome, Maryland in the house. I don't think we've been that low. I think 37 something. Title 4. Title 9. I don't know. Woohoo! Queen Olivier is back because we were talking about mouth hugs in a jacuzzi. The little old lady is from Pasadena too. In football, we have a team called the Old Lady. That's Juventus. Why? I don't know. Well, at least you would get some exercise instead of that, let's make a play. 2 seconds later, flag on the play, let's go to commercial. Get a Super Bowl done in less than 5 hours, would you? No, because we're playing. No, you're not. You're doing commercials. That's why you can't play football, because you have no stamina. Can you say Oregonian? Oregonian. Yes, I can say Oregonian. Well, it also makes me happy when my team isn't relegated, but that happened last year. But now we're number 1 and poised to go back up. You're a politician, come get a green card and fix it. Yeah, but I can't run for any party like the Danish over there because you don't like communists. His opening statement said you will hear from him, so he will testify. No, we get real cardiac arrests. We have multiple people who is now playing with pacemakers. The little old lady from Pasadena, go granny, go granny, go granny, go, has a pretty little flower bed with white gardenias. Go granny, go granny, go granny, go. But parked in a rickety old garage, there's a brand new shiny red Superstock Dodge, and everyone's saying that there's nobody meaner than the little old lady from Pasadena. Well, Jamie is meaner than that. Are we on lunch break or what are we doing? Well, LeBron James have taken that to a whole new level. Oregonian oregano orchard operator. I wish we knew what is going on. But Jamie doesn't leave her house, and she's in Wisconsin. What is going on now? Are we on break or are we? Can we see something? No, they're also asking what's going on. They are probably outside with Lally having a sickety-poo. Just getting some cigarettes in there. But I do have something I could read for you while we're waiting. Open up and let me show you. Open up and let me show you. This is Commonwealth v. Karen Reed. Intervener Aaron Kearney's motion to quash subpoena. In support of his motion... Oh. Sorry. Just as I do. I should just do that every time, because then they come back. Where the hell did I put it now? Is he going to play guilty? Well, there was once was a man from Nantucket. His rooster was so long he could suck it. If you practiced Reiki, he'll let you seek it. I think it is. Hey, Ace. Yeah. 2 more days, 3 more days, and we're back on normal times. Can you say Hottentot and dværge? I think that's the right ones. Yeah, Brandon is a modern day poet. He is he is the Shakespeare of Americas. Dover Courthouse is over 200 years old. So pretty new. Oh, well, fingers crossed everything will work out fine.
So if we can get him on by 12:30, he'll be the next witness. If we can't, then we'll move to Mr. Fandensteele, but we need to talk about something before he starts to testify. But we're hopeful that we can finish this witness, then do Officer Wilcox.
That's generally what people try to do in a trial, you know?
Sorry.
Did he say
I don't
Fanning?
care as long
Or
as I
she
get
say
out what I
Fanning?
want to get out.
All rise, please. Jurors entering.
Can we get the witness back?
Can we bring the witness in?
Okay, Ms. Pettigrew, come back up.
All jurors present may be seated.
All right, so jurors, I just want to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this witness testify about statements that were allegedly made to her by Katie McLean. Those statements are only offered for a limited purpose. That is, to show the state of mind of Katie McLean around the time of the alleged event and the relationship. You may only consider those statements, that is, to Ms. McLean's state of mind, only if you find that the defendant was aware of her state of mind. You may not consider the statements for the truth of what is asserted in those statements. Okay.
Thank you. So, Ms. Pettigrew, I'm going to ask you if you recall the content of these text messages in your communications with Ms. McLean. Do you recall that she indicated to you that she found in his cell phone a woman that he had an affair 14 years ago, Kate Kelly?
I remember the name Kate Kelly.
Okay, she was from New Hampshire, right? Yes?
Yes.
And do you remember that Kate McLean was very upset about the fact that she found that contact in Harry's phone? Talk to you about it. The two of you sent texts back and forth.
I remember conversations about the name Kate Kelly.
And the conversations basically were that Kate McLean was very upset about that, right?
As far as I knew, she was trying to figure out what was going on.
Right. And she told you that she found...
That's messy. I've never been a fan of the bedhead. I know it's a thing that you ladies like, and you can have certain sprays that makes it bedhead, but I like a little comb.
that by looking in his phone, right?
I don't recall that particular aspect of her looking in the phone.
Do you recall her further into the conversations indicating that she texted him, "I know because I have his phone"? Do you recall her telling you that?
I don't recall that specific text.
And Harry emailed an open position at St. E's along the same time for you to get that job, right? You recall that?
There was a job fair where multiple people could come.
All right, do you recall that
It was
there
a
was
job
a text,
fair.
excuse me, do you recall sending a text to her, 1723, indicating that Harry emailed you an open position at St. E's? Email. Yes or no? Do you recall it?
I recall the job fair.
What's a job fair? Other people help?
It's where anybody can come
Right.
and
Do you have a problem with acknowledging that Harry actually emailed you an open position, information about an open position?
Iris, because I didn't like this lady's hair. Someone asked if we were an 8 or a 9 or a 10. I am a 9 on a 10 and a 10, both. So I was just asking all of you wonderful, wonderful people what you are.
No, I just don't recall that specific
Okay.
email.
So that's the
I
answer.
remember the job fair that he
That's the
forwarded
answer,
me.
is you don't recall. It's easy.
Okay.
You don't recall. Do you recall,
Congratulations, Shindy Lou, woohoo! Nothing better than grandbabies. You can have all the fun and you don't need to raise them.
that she was upset and texted you that Harry was going to lend a friend $200,000, and she was very upset about him depleting his assets?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have text messages and oral conversations with her about how much money Harry had?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, do you recall her indicating that he, not her, was a dating site addict and he needed the rush?
Objection.
Overruled.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I remember both of them talking about dating sites.
Okay. And do you recall her indicating that, in her opinion, he was a dating site addict and needed the rush?
I don't remember those terms, but they did talk about the dating sites. It often comes up in new relationships, whether or not to
Okay, so,
stop the dating sites or not.
right, yeah, you've answered that.
Yeah.
Do you recall?
That's pretty common.
Okay, so let's do it this way. I ask a question, you answer, okay? Mm-hmm. Thank you. So do you recall indicating to her, I guess maybe I should work for Harry, you need a spy? Do you remember saying that to her?
Overruled.
Are you talking about a joke?
The other one that said it.
Are you talking about a joke? That
He doesn't know. Answer the question. Did you write you need a spy? And then you can say, well, I meant it as a joke, when the prosecutor gets up and re-examines you. Why is she so defensive?
Do you remember saying it?
I remember a joke passed between Katie and I.
Uh-huh. And the joke was what? That you were going to be a spy for her?
I remember a joke like that, yes.
Okay. What did you mean?
It's just a joke.
Like what? I don't get the joke. What joke? What was the joke?
It's just a joke between friends.
Okay. And what was the joke?
That if you know where someone is and you are spending time with them,
That's not a joke. Just say, well, she was a little jealous, so I offered to keep an eye on him because I really wanted that job at St. Esther's or whatever the place was.
you would, tell them what you saw.
Right. And she was very active on tracking websites as well, tracking his whereabouts. Isn't that right? That you knew about?
Overruled.
I think both of them did that.
Okay,
So,
look, the question is, were you aware of them discussing anything about tracking websites? Yes or no?
they tracked each other.
They track each other, okay.
Yes.
So you know that she actually recalled sending her a text saying, you gotta get off that tracking thing? She felt that it was interfering with their relationship?
I say that to parents that track their children all the time as well. There's a lot of helicopter parents out
Okay, so the
there.
question is, again, if you can focus, I apologize if I confused you. Mm-hmm. Do you recall any conversations about the tracking app that she was using, ruining their relationship?
As far as I know, they were both using it, and people
Can you
use
just
it for
answer
their
the
kids.
question?
Can you... I hate when witnesses does this. Yes, you want to protect your friend, but stop elaborating. Just answer yes and no. Keep it for the prosecution to try and establish what you're trying to say. You're just coming off as a big old judge.
Question?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Now, Do you recall that she then, at the same time frame, moving up about a month or so, indicated that Dina friended him on Facebook and that he deleted the account? I went into his phone. Do you recall her saying anything like that to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know who Dina was?
I don't remember Dina. There was only so many I could keep track of.
So many what?
So many people that Harry knew.
Oh, how about the guys that she knew? How many guys did she know that you knew about?
Sustained.
Did you know she was on the dating websites?
Objection.
Overruled.
I think most people that go on dating websites date multiple.
Answer the effing question. Was she on a dating website or wasn't she? It's not if she dated multiple people at some point. Answer the effing question.
People.
Do you know she, McLean, was on dating websites?
Both of them were on dating websites, so yes.
Do you know?
Yes.
That thank you. She was on dating
Yes.
websites. And you know that she was receiving photographs of men, various stages of dress, on exercise equipment, beaches, things of that nature. You know that, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's the nature of online
Hey,
dating.
listen.
Ladies, what kind of exercise equipment do you want pictures of me on? What is it? Is it common that men send you pictures from exercise equipment? I can understand the one where you're sitting with the fake tiger or a dog, but exercise equipment?
Just take a moment before you answer the question to see if there's an objection, okay? Thank you.
So how about the dates that she went on? You remember the dentist from New Hampshire, right?
Objection, Your Honor, may we?
Well, they were...
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Well, just gonna mute that. Are you a 9, 10, only on a bad day, 60%? Yes, 9 plus 10, 20%. No, I'm an 11, 19%. I'd like to take a picture with my dog, but she's in Vermont. Yeah, sad when that happens. This one has all the great tea. She's the one everyone calls to get all the tea. Yeah, and again, if both of them had been on dating websites and met each other there, fine. I know people who met online, but delete them when you get together. Yeah, and it's not, if that's the best joke, I hate to say this, but even Zach have better jokes than her. Well, there's different stories about the separating, divorcing. Apparently, they were also getting back together, and he had been in Florida, and now he moved to a hotel closer to her so they could try and get... It's a whole lot of a mess, and I think both of them were out chasing tail. Or whatever body part they liked.
I've lost all my boards. Lisa?
They were here.
Oh, they're up there? Okay. You would agree with me from your personal knowledge that in November of 17, Harry and Kathleen McLean met online. It was November 17, right?
I believe so.
And in March of 18, Kathleen McLean and her 3 children moved into his home, right?
Yes.
You recall talking to her about her moving into Dover and using the word, it's a good score. Do you recall that?
The sarcastic comment? Yes, that sounds
Another joke?
sounds right.
Okay, so what did you mean by it's a good score? Congratulations.
I hate this lady.
I think when
Jamie, Can you please tell this lady to just answer the question? She doesn't have to narrate everything. She's
Answer the
horrible.
question. Baker said so.
People get into a good relationship that they're happy with, and they feel like they finally met the right person, which is how Katie felt. That's a good score. How she felt.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the good score, somehow the town of Dover and the house and everything just kind of was in the periphery of that?
I don't know. I'm from Wellesley, so I don't really judge towns. There's all kinds of people in towns.
Okay. So she moves in March of 18, and you knew in December of 19 that he had consulted with a divorce lawyer because she told you, right?
Objection.
Sustain, rephrase it, please.
All right, but have in mind the close relationship that you guys had and texting on a constant basis. You'd agree with me that everything from shoes to skirts to makeup to blush to eyelashes and everything, you guys would talk about it in your texts, right?
We would talk about anything and everything.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. When you would talk about that, you also talked about kids, issues with the children, activities, things of that nature. You would share with
Yes.
them, right? Mm-hmm. And when Harry, less than 5 months after they get married, went to see a divorce lawyer, you were the first person she told, right?
I don't know if it was the first person, but she told me yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And what did she tell you? What was her state of mind when she told you that?
She was conflicted.
Okay, what does that mean?
She had feelings both ways.
It doesn't matter her feelings. He's the one that went to a divorce lawyer, right? First. 5 months later.
I don't recall the details of him going to the divorce lawyer.
You don't remember your friend telling you that he wanted to get a divorce?
They would have arguments all the time. Couples do. They talk about divorce, but that doesn't mean they're going to do it.
Okay, so if I ask you about that, when did they talk about and what did they talk about divorce? You wouldn't be able to tell me one thing because that is not true. Correct?
Objection.
I'm not sure. I feel like you're putting words in my mouth.
Excuse me, ma'am. When there's an objection, you don't answer, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
What?
I hate this type of witnesses, Jimmy.
Well, yeah, she's very combative.
Yeah, and she keeps on talking like she's the most important person in the room because it's my truth. I really...
Well, yeah, and to say things, I don't know, I hate the way she phrases things. Like, all couples talk about divorce. They don't always do it. Not necessarily.
Yeah. Everyone has gotten a little D-pic on the Facebook profile.
So the objection is sustained. Please rephrase the question.
So, the end of January of 2020, you knew that he was going to get a divorce, right? You at least knew that.
I did not know for sure what his plans were. I had never spoken to him about it.
Things changed.
Yes.
You knew he saw a divorce letter, right? She told you.
They talked about divorce a couple different ways.
Hey, please, focus. They, nothing. Her told you got a divorce letter, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that,
Yes.
then she took action and got divorce lawyer of her own, right?
Sure.
Right. And then she went and got a restraining order against him and got him thrown out of his house, right?
That's not how I recall the timeline of events.
Well, it was February 3rd that she got the restraining order. It was the end of January that he signed a divorce letter. Well, before she started with him.
Can you restate your question?
Sure. February 3rd is when she got the restraining order throwing him out of his house.
I'm getting Jen McCabe vibes. Can you restate the
What?
question? I don't remember. Oh.
Okay? Yes?
Okay.
And it was in the end of January, very good, that he had the divorce lawyer send her a letter saying he wanted a divorce 5 months after they got married. You knew that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it was February 3rd, after he got the divorce lawyer, that she went and got the restraining order to throw him out of his house, right?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled.
I'm over here.
I didn't know if you objected.
It wasn't an objection, it was overruled, so you can answer the question.
Trying to be good, sorry. Yes, yes,
So now, when he was out of the house,
Trying to be
you know
good.
that she stayed in the house, right?
Yes.
With the 3 kids. Now, one of the questions the DA asked you was about the car, right?
yes.
And which car was it that she had?
She would use either one.
I know
She had the Jeep and she had the Mercedes.
Okay, and they were his cats, right?
Yes, I mean, she had 3 kids,
I don't
so
care about the 3 kids.
depending on how many kids she had to cart around.
Right.
Right.
And his car, right?
I think once you're married, it doesn't become his and hers, but sure.
No, I guess not. Before they got married, he owned the Jeep, right?
Yes,
Before they got married, he owned the Mercedes, right?
yes.
Mercedes was over $150,000, right?
I don't know how much it costs.
He liked to drive the Mercedes, right?
I'm not sure. Is this
Who paid
relevant?
for the car while he was out?
Why do people in Massachusetts look at the prosecution to try and get an objection? She just did the same thing that every other witness in the Karen Reed trial did. The wide-eyed stare at the prosecutor, hoping that they could get them out of this because they know they're not good enough to think on their feet. Is this relevant? Yes. They want to paint her as a gold digger. Yeah, she did just ask if this is relevant. Oh, sorry, that's probably what Lita Smiles was referring to.
Over here. Who paid for the car when he was out down in Florida during the pandemic? Who paid for the car?
Sustained.
Brandon wouldn't bang this witch with Zach's meatbat. Zach would.
Do you recall, moving on, now it's after the restraining order was issued and Harry was out of the house, around February 2020, having conversation about him being out of the house, but he wanted to live in the basement. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And he basically just asked if he could please move back in the house
it is.
and stay in the
Thank you all so
basement,
much
at least
for signing
because
up.
of concerns with the pandemic, right?
Yep, I remember that.
And she said no, right?
I don't know if the restraining order had been lifted. I don't think that was allowed, but they did talk about it.
Right. But as far
this
as
all
her
his
agreement or
stuff
not
before
agreement,
her?
you know from the text that she sent you at that time frame that we talked about.
Sorry?
I said, was all of this stuff like his before she even came along?
I don't know how many assets she brought into the relationship, but
Like the house especially, because
that's his. And then she was sexting a lawyer that they said that during opening, that then signed the deed into her name.
Well, playing these games of like, I'm gonna go get a restraining order so you can get kicked out of your own house.
Yeah.
Oh man, oh man.
I don't say she's a gold digger, but I never seen her with no.
That she said no, LOL. She wouldn't let him move into the basement. It's his house.
I think there was an issue about how they were communicating and getting along at the time, and there needed to be a barrier, and that's what she felt.
How would they communicate? They weren't communicating and getting along at the time. He was out of the house in Florida and she's living in his house with the 3 kids.
So why would he move in the basement then? I don't
Because he had nowhere to live. He's living in a trailer.
Objection.
Sustained. Next
But if they weren't talking, why would he move
Shut
in?
up!
Yeah.
It's confusing me, sorry.
I think counting to 10 is confusing you.
Yeah,
Jamie, I don't like this lady. I don't know if you noticed.
I'm not a fan either. Yeah, I've noticed.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Around March into April of 2020, you knew that she knew that he was going back to Germany.
Yes, I knew he was taking a trip to Germany.
And in fact, that he was going to Germany and he had a job there. She knew that, right?
I don't know if he had a job there, but there was a job he was exploring in Germany, yes.
Okay, and she knew that he wanted to go back to Germany for good, right?
It was an option that he was trying to figure out, yes. As far as I know, he had an option in Florida as well.
And then But he didn't want to stay with her. He wanted to leave. He wanted to get divorced. He wanted to go back to Germany, not go to Florida with her or anything, right?
That was not my understanding.
Sorry, ma'am. Just, you need to wait a second before you answer the question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to be sorry. Just wait a second to see if there's an objection to the question. So the objection is sustained. Next question.
In March of 2020, you would have your husband, Vincent, is it?
Yes.
And Vincent can speak German, right?
He can speak 4 languages.
So that's wonderful.
not
Is the
a
answer
question.
yes, he can speak German?
One of the languages he can speak is German.
Yes. And she, on a number of occasions, would ask you to have Vincent interpret German messages that he received from Germany, thinking that they were women, right?
I don't think it was that. It was just a language barrier, and to be able to translate would be helpful.
In March, at the end of March of 2020, do you recall her texting you, "He's talking to a woman from Germany early. Can you please have Vincent look at it?"
If you don't understand a language, the normal thing is
Shut up. Answer the effing question. Your girlfriend was jealous as F. Just say yes, she had Vincent translate because she was jealous. You sitting there making all of these stupid statements doesn't change the fact that your girlfriend was jealous. And you're not doing her any favors by constantly talking about it. Just say, yeah, she was afraid he was talking to someone else. There's nothing wrong in being jealous. The problem is, it's probably wrong to strangulate some people. Stop trying to protect her reputation. It's already tarnished. I
That's
hate
where we
people
draw the
like
line.
this.
We draw the line.
I haven't seen Marissa in 2 hours. It's because she knows I'm going to order her to call the courtroom and tell this woman to move faster.
to translate it, so that's what she asked him to do, yes.
Do you recall her at the same time frame, moving from March into April, that she determined from looking at his phone, he's on Twitter, on the phone, texting like cheating in my face? Do you recall her saying that to you?
I don't recall that specific one, but I do recall that there were conversations about cheating.
Involving both of them, right?
Sustained.
You remember when they, back when they got married, you remember they went to Las Vegas?
Yes.
You remember that it was a, what do you call it, a conference? I think like a international conference or something. I think it was on aging.
I believe Harry was going to a conference and Katie went along.
Okay. And he was speaking at this conference on whatever the topic was, right? Mm-hmm. And it was when they were in Las Vegas that they got married, right?
Yes.
And that was, you know, everybody was pretty happy about that for a period of time, right?
Of course.
And then she texted you that within 3 weeks that he kicked her out again, go look for a house, is what she told you. You remember that?
I remember that they weren't getting along and there was an option that she would have to look for another home.
Well, it wasn't an option because back before May of 2020, it was his home, right? Well, you knew he owned the home, right?
Well, she put money into the home too. So
Like what?
she put money from her home sale into the home, and she also helped build the garden in the back.
She didn't put...
Oh. Man. And how, like, okay. How much?
Jamie, you're going to do the afternoon alone, right?
Yeah, no. I'm going to be MIA in the afternoon. God dang it. Now I'm mad.
a nickel into that home.
That's not my understanding.
Well, it may not be your understanding, but she didn't put a nickel into your home.
That's not my understanding.
Ma'am, you need
So, sorry.
to disregard that last answer, Juris.
You recall that she told you, moving forward again to with the wedding, that she was excited that she got married and there was no pre-up, is what she told you. Prenup, I'm sorry, not a pre-up, prenup. I mean, you remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she was happy about that, right?
I think most women are happy when there's not a prenup.
And why is that?
I think it just means that you're in love.
You're in love.
Yeah, I believe in love. And so did Katie.
And you recall having a conversation with
I
her.
mean,
in
I do love
April.
love.
Yeah, but I do love, but I also do love my money, and I know my money should probably stick around longer than love. So
I love money. But, you know, I get the whole point of, but this just doesn't sound like a very healthy relationship in general. So.
It's her third marriage.
Yeah, that's
Some people love love a little bit too much, and when they run out of it after 3 months, they'll find new love.
I don't know why you'd ever. I'll give you 2, but after 2, why would you want any more?
Yeah. Do you believe in miracles? Yeah.
Of 2020, where you were telling her, I think you're referring to the music thing with the surgery, a story about him going to a little boy to talk him into having kidney surgery. You teared up telling her about that, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall that she indicated again at that same time frame that she texted you that she was determined to move home to Germany? He was determined to move home to Germany. Remember that?
I think that was one of the options for him. I think he had others as well, so it's...
No, because they were separated. So maybe fourth time would have been the right one.
So
The
I'm
way you're
asking
asking the
about the
question.
text, ma'am, not what you think other options were, might have been, could have been, should have been. She was upset and told you that he was determined to move, and I quote, determined to move home to Germany, is the text she sent you. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. Do you recall, furthering on that topic, that she then texted you that he had a job offer in Germany and was going to Germany?
I do remember that conversation.
Okay, all right. You said that she had a beautiful, cute little house in Sudbury, right?
Yes,
And you'd agree with me that that ultimately went up for sale, right?
it did.
You'd agree with me that it was in foreclosure, right?
I do not have that information. I know she was renting it while she was living in Dover.
Okay, do you recall that in fact she described the house to you as shitty and that actually the basement was flooded right when she was trying to sell it?
I don't believe that certain homes are shitty and certain homes are not.
Okay.
Jamie, do you believe...
Did he just ask her what she said?
She asked her, did she say it was
Yeah.
a shitty home because the basement flooded, as she was about to say it? Well, I personally do
But
not
what is her
believe-
opinion that what she believes about shitty homes makes it's no relevant
Jamie,
to that question.
I believe that because of in Afghanistan and Africa, people should have maps because Americans' education system. She sounds like that Miss World contestant. Oh. What if any homes are shitty? I don't believe. I believe that every home is a good home. It's not about the structure, it's about the love inside. And me and Katie loved love.
But that might be a conversation someone has when they're frustrated, which I can understand. There was a water, like French drain in the basement. That might have been what she was referring to. So I do recall that conversation.
Then why did you have to go the long way round? I hate you.
Would you agree with me that there were a plethora of texts from Katie McLean to you, talking about having a drink, I'm having a drink, I'm feeling tipsy, I'm trashed, I'm hammered, I'm hungover. You asked, has your drinking been okay? Do you recall that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall her indicating that she had, and she texted you, and this would be right around the same time that they were supposedly reconciling, that she had a new app to track his location. Do you recall her telling you that?
I do not recall.
Do you recall her indicating, wow, Dr. Tuerk apparently can perform surgery from Home Depot?
Well, he did have a little bit of a medical scandal by apparently getting funding for equipment he never bought, so he had to pay 150,000 back, and he had no place to live because his ex-wife made a garden, so she owned the house. And Jamie, I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa or should help the Iraq and the Asian countries so we can be able to build on our future. It makes just as much sense as this lady.
Yeah.
Do you recall that one? It's kind of funny.
Sustained.
Did she ever tell you that she used the tracking app, his location? You gotta wait till she objects.
Okay, overruled. She can answer that.
Okay, you can answer.
I answered this already. They both had tracking apps, so yes, both of them had tracking apps.
Okay. But you don't recall her indicating that he was at Home Depot?
I answered
Oh my
that
God.
already.
No?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Moving up again, right to when they were at the hotel and allegedly reconciling, everything was great, that she was texting you, and I quote, "I looked through Harry's cell last night." Recall her telling you that?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall her texting you and saying, "I'm so happy I have Vanessa to look at the phone"? That'd be you, Vanessa, right?
I don't recall that one.
Do you recall her right before the May alleged reconciliation that she texted you for help to find out who is this Stephanie bitch? It's his type, fake blonde, fake tits. Do you recall her texting you that?
Sustained.
I do not recall.
Sustained.
Do you recall while they were ostensibly
It's true, Dave.
reconciling that she indicated to you
Just kidding.
that she was still going out on dates with the dentist from New Hampshire?
Objection.
Overruled.
When they were separated?
Do you recall the dentist from New Hampshire?
Yes, I don't recall the timeline you're
Okay, so
speaking
the
of.
answer is yes,
Yes.
right? And his name was Michael, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in May of 2020, she told you in a text that she went out on a date with the dentist again, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Seems like she has kind of a type.
Who? Oh, yeah, she likes the doctors.
She likes the doctors.
Yes?
Yes, they were separated. So,
Yes, the answer is yes, right?
Yes.
I know you want to say they were separated, but you knew that she went on a date in May of 20 with the dentist Michael from New Hampshire.
okay.
Okay.
I'd be the,
And again, towards the very end
it would be
of
the
that time
worst
frame,
thing
she
to
indicated
track
to you
me.
that he intended,
Yeah, it's
again,
just-
talking about,
It'd be so-
he
it'd
had
be
the
so
job,
boring.
no, it's not
She's just not
possibly. He
moving.
had the job in Germany, and he will be leaving. She told you that, right? She was upset.
Well, yes, it also
I
wasn't
think
the amount of
she's
money
dead.
that he would
Yeah, that
like.
would be
So
Oh, so wasn't enough money?
that was for him to decide. He was still
Right, so she
deciding.
knew how much it was, though, right?
Objection.
No,
It wasn't an, it wasn't.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
Do you remember her indicating or asking, and again at the time frame of the end of April, beginning of May, can you see if he's back on Instagram and start printing them out? Do you recall her asking for your help for that?
Did you get
Yes.
yourself?
Okay. Do you recall that one of the text messages that going back to February 2019, on February 20th of 2019, that you sent a text to Harry, and he was asking you about why Katie was having her objecting?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, can I see it sidebar?
Yes.
Side by side.
Do that, right?
Oh, man.
Would anyone date someone that was married 3 times? Apparently, a dentist in Massachusetts would. And again, I don't have any preference, but I probably wouldn't have a joint account with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that would be
Now, when
a-
you spoke to the police
A deal
after
breaker.
you went to the house on the May 20th, May 15th, I'm sorry, you knew at that point that Harry had signed a deed transferring his house over to her and him jointly, right?
Yes,
And she told you that, right?
yes.
And she was pretty excited about that, right?
Objection.
Was part of his
One
will,
second.
so it made sense
Wait,
to me.
You need to wait, ma'am, until there's an objection, so just wait to answer. Rephrase the question and sustain.
So you knew that, or she had told you that he transferred or put her on the deed to the house, right?
Yeah, it made sense to me because
So the answer is
that was
yes?
part of his will.
It was what?
Yes.
It was his will? Okay. And when you were speaking with the police, this popcorn that you made reference to, when did that come about, that you were going to have that code with Kurt?
We were nervous.
Sorry?
We were nervous
I'm
about,
not asking about you being nervous, I said when. It's a W word, when?
okay,
When was it?
so we were trying to figure out when they were reconciling it.
When was it that you decided to use this popcorn word?
Before Harry moved back into the house.
November.
So that would be around April.
Okay. It was really just a week before you talked to the police that you decided to use this popcorn. You told the police about popcorn a week before, just a week.
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
So when you were speaking to Lieutenant or Detective Kwiatkowski, and pursuant to this investigation on Friday, May 15th, the police spoke to you, okay? I can show you the report if you want. It's got coffee all over it, but I can show it to you if you want.
Okay.
And that they interviewed you about your relationship with Katie McLean, right?
Right.
Remember that? And you've had a chance to review your statement to the police, right? It's only 2 pages. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated to them that this past week, you created the code word popcorn. So that would have been, like May 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, something like that, right?
I would have to check the time.
So
text.
you want me to show you where you told the police it was this past week? Have in mind you were speaking to them on May 15th? I can show you where it says that.
I agree. We came up with popcorn before Harry moved in, yes.
Right, you told the police when your memory was a lot fresher than it is today.
It was 5 years
later.
ago,
Right,
yeah.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
That in fact, it was this past week that you created the code word popcorn.
Okay,
Okay.
yes.
Stop lying.
So,
I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Please be careful. There is a ledge there.
Thank you.
Careful.
Thank you.
We're going on a break, or are we gonna go?
Okay, it's Commonwealth one, call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Sergeant Todd Wilcox, please.
Todd Wilcox. Well, I think it confused a lot of people, because, yeah. But apparently they made the safe word a week before she passed away, because they were so concerned. Yes,
Do you solemnly swear that the
He
testimony you shall give to the court and the jury
referenced
in the
her
matter
interview
at
with
hand
the
shall be
police.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
why is every detective and officer in Canton a fat, middle-aged man who's bald? I could be a cop in Canton if I just shaved off my hair.
I just more that little tiny witness box
Yeah,
is so off-putting.
yeah. This is made before Americans found corn syrup.
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Todd Vincent Wilcox, Wilcox.
Are you currently employed?
And he's so short that he looks like a.
He looks like he's a child. That's or something. Oh my God. I want somebody to be that small where it's just their head.
Yeah, well, he's
like
just.
sticking out.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm getting tired.
I hope so.
Yes.
How?
I'm with the Dover Police Department as a sergeant,
How long have you been with the Dover Police Department?
31 years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
almost 25.
What are some of your duties as a sergeant?
To supervise, support the officers that I work with, work on the daily operations, setting up sector assignments and
That's true.
stuff like
That was
that.
funny.
What shift are you currently working?
Monday through Friday, 7 to 3.
Turning your attention to February 3rd of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
I was working patrol, but also as a shift supervisor,
What shift?
7 to 3.
And you said you were also a shift supervisor?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Exactly what I said. I just in charge of like the daily operations, supervising, supporting my officers.
So when you come to work, are you in a uniform?
Yes,
And do you drive a marked cruiser?
yes, I do.
At some point on February 3rd of 2020, did you respond to 29 Valley Road in Dover?
Yes, I did.
Why was that?
We were going to be serving a restraining order
Who were you serving a restraining order to?
to Ingolf Tuerk.
Was he the homeowner at 29 Valley Road?
Yes, he was.
Were you able to serve that restraining order on that day?
Yes, we did.
Do you see Ingolf Tuerk in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting right there wearing a blue suit, a blue tie.
Could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
Thank you. What was his demeanor when you served him with the restraining order?
He was upset, sad, disappointed.
How long were you at the residence?
Probably half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about. He's been a sergeant for 25 years. You have to be shit at your job to not get a promotion in 25 years. Well, I didn't really want it. Even Jamie gets a promotion now and again.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah, and she never works. She's just online laughing at other people.
Did you go inside?
Yes,
And when you left, did the defendant also leave the residence?
yes, he did.
Turning your attention to May 15th of 2020, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
Patrol and also as a shift supervisor.
And you've already told us what that means. So you were, on that day, you were in your uniform and in a marked cruiser?
Yes,
What shift were you working on that day?
7 to 3, 7A to 3P.
Did you have occasion to return to 29 Valley Road on that date?
Yes, we did.
Approximately what time, if you remember?
It was 12, a little after 12, 12:15, 12:20
And would that be 12 p.m.?
a.m. Yes, I'm sorry, p.m.
Okay. And why did you go to 29 Valley Road on May 15th of 2020?
To conduct a well-being check.
Can you explain to us a little bit about what a well-being check is?
Well-being check is where we get called or requested to respond to a certain residence or could be a car to check on a person, their well-being. Our main purpose is to check on them, locate them, and render any type of assistance that we can.
On a weekly basis, how many well-being checks do you think you do?
Weekly, maybe 1, 2,
How often have you conducted well-being checks in your career?
many.
What did you do when you arrived at the residence on that date?
I arrived, I was the third officer to arrive. The Chief McGowan and Officer Cash had arrived prior to me. They were speaking with Stephen Roca, Ms. McLean's ex-husband, in the driveway.
And if I could just stop you right there. I'm sorry, you just answered my question. You encountered them when they were in the driveway?
Yes.
And when you approached them, what happened?
I was informed by Chief McGowan and Officer Cash that they had concern that Ms. McLean may be in the master bedroom. The door was locked. Mr. Roca had expressed some concern that she may be in there injured.
Then what happened?
We entered the house, went directly to the master bedroom. The door was locked. Officer Cash forced entry using a Halligan tool.
Can you explain to us what a Halligan tool is?
It's a multi-purpose tool that we use to gain entrance into different situations. We carry them in our cruiser. Each cruiser has one.
Were you able to gain entry?
Yes, we were.
And you said it was the other officer that used the Halligan tool, is that right?
Yes.
In what order were you entering the bedroom?
I was the last, the third.
So the officer went in first, and then Chief McGowan, and then you?
Yes.
Where did you go into the bedroom?
I went into the left to where the closet is.
Can you briefly describe the size of the bedroom?
It's a large bedroom. When you entered, the bed was off a little bit to the right, and then
Imagine taking him to the waterfall bar. Can I have a beer too? Can I have a beer too? Can I have a beer too? He couldn't be at a high top.
There's a walk-in closet on the left and a master bath as you wrap around to the right.
Was anyone in the bedroom when you entered? Approximately how long were you in the bedroom?
10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes.
We're going through our
And after
underwear
you left the
drawer.
bedroom, what happened?
We searched the rest of the house.
Approximately how long do you think you were in the house?
We were there probably half hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
And after that, did your involvement in this investigation end?
Yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Yes. Well, the chief told him to break into the house.
Any more?
I have no further questions.
Yes.
As I understand it, they found a shoe with a foot in it that they believe is Sandra Crispo's. He's the guy who broke into the house to look for her.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, you were there on a well-person check or well-being check, right?
Yes.
There were a number of police officers from various departments, perhaps?
At the time I was there,
First time, just one? Dover?
it was just over, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that one of your brother officers had used the Halligan tool to enter the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
That's the thing that forces the door and splinters the door and things like that, right?
It can, yes.
And it did in this case. It splintered the door and you guys were able to open it and go in.
Yes, sir.
And when you went in,
I don't know you're short, Sue, but I am offending you on purpose. Even though I didn't know, I'll take it as a bonus.
one of the things that you saw would be the bed in the master bedroom, right? Do you remember seeing the bed?
I did not, I saw it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach you, sir, with an item that's been marked, it's exhibit for ID, excuse me. Do you recognize that as being the bedroom?
One second. Was it marked for ID?
We haven't had a chance to mark them for ID yet this morning.
Why don't we, can we just do it right now? Nancy, what's the next letter? Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. See for ID. Do you recognize that, sir?
So to be honest with you,
If you don't, that's all right.
I don't. I mean, this has happened 5 years ago. I came in from, if this was the way the bedroom was set up, I would have come in from the other side.
The other side being over here?
Yeah, I would have entered in here if the bed was, if that,
don't recognize that.
I don't.
It's okay, fair enough. You have to, do you have any memory of anything of an entry use when you went into the bedrooms, like broken glass?
I like that we can see
Absolutely
the
not, no.
evidence.
And you continued on with your investigation for the well-person looking, right?
Yes.
That's all, okay, thank you.
What was the purpose of going into the bedroom?
To find Miss McLean, to offer any type of assistance, we were just trying to locate her.
And once you realized she wasn't in the bedroom, what did you do?
We exited the bedroom and then searched the rest of the house and then the exterior of the house.
Approximately how long do you believe you were in the bedroom?
He said 5 minutes.
10 minutes at most. Because the only thing I remember is having dispatch call the phone to see if we could hear it ringing while we were in there. And that may have taken a couple minutes, several minutes.
And you didn't make any other observations of the bedroom except for the fact that Miss McLean was not in there?
Exactly, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
And when you were looking in the house, would you recall that you guys didn't go in the basement area at all?
So I did not go into the basement. We kind of went into our different directions. One of the officers did. I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
And the chair's on a stupid podium, so they can't even slide it back. It's really stupid, that setup.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Beatty, do you want to call your next witness?
May I approach, please?
Yes.
Is he one of those judges who goes to one? I thought in Massachusetts you had to end by 11:45 at the latest, and then have 2 days off.
I mean, that's it usually works.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Maybe they'll go now.
Jamie, if you were to put a thirst trap out for ladies, what gym equipment would you use?
Well, I had heard that, and I was like, I was confused too. Like, don't the girls do like the pictures like above, so you can see their
No, we're talking
cleavage?
about if any guy you know might want to have a thirst trap on his Tinder profile, because the one that we made that time on stream got deleted, probably because I didn't use it. But Chet believes that I should take pictures in a hip thrust machine.
Oh, you sending a thirst trap?
No, a guy, not me. I'm Jamie. I'm not.
Sure.
I'm not looking for
you're
love.
just asking for a friend. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not in love with love. Cable tower upside down, 32%. Bench, 21%. Prone hamstring curls. That's one of my very weak leg exercises. 11%. So that's good.
I think a hip thrust would be like.
Oh, so you can show the ladies, I can do up to this weight limit.
I can do up to this weight limit. Oh my goodness.
I think the thigh machine is the most sensual. The leg extension?
Like
That's a good one.
the one that spreads your thighs out, and then you gotta, because that's the most awkward machine to use while people are staring
The
at
good,
you. I always
the
wonder.
bad girl machine.
Yeah.
You have the good girl where you're training the inside of your thighs, and then you have the bad girl where you're training the outside of your thighs.
Well, this is the one where it keeps them out, and then you gotta.
Yeah, it's where you're working the outside of your upper thigh. It's that we call that bad girls.
Oh. I just know it's like abductor and adductor or whatever. I don't remember which one's which.
Yeah, but good girl, bad girls are better. You understand it easier. It's like a master, but it's a giant machine. You do not look awkward in it at all. What? Well, you can also train your thighs on hack squats or leg presses. So maybe that's the one he's thinking about.
Thigh master.
I don't know what a thigh master is.
It's that little thing that people would put in between their legs to train their inner thighs, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's a good girl machine then.
Yeah, they want the good girl machine. That's what it is, because that's the one that people use. That it's just so funny to like when you're using it and then somebody makes eye contact with you. Like, can you not?
I never seen anyone use this apparatus. I know that especially Formula One players use it a lot because they have to restrain all the G's. But we have a guy in my gym. He's an older guy. He's always laying on a bed and doing this. And I can't figure out what muscle he's trying to, because just doing this with your head doesn't really train anything. It's a useless exercise.
Does it just make your neck strong or blow your neck out? I don't know.
Well, if he put a plate on his forehead and did it, then maybe he could build some neck muscle. But just doing this, you can do this a lot. Just ask any metalhead.
What? Oh, he wasn't putting a plate on his head?
No, he's laying on a flat bench and then he's just bopping his head.
Okay, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's a little waste of time.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he's not doing crunches. Again, he's just doing neck crunches. But doing that just stretches your muscle. It doesn't.
Neck crunches.
I don't know why.
Maybe it's for your double chin or something.
No,
I'm doing
because
it
it's
like
an
you
it's
can't see
you
me.
don't train your. Actually, there is one. I have to find that for a stabulate. There is the jaw exerciser, where you are biting on an implement. You're chewing, so you can get those marked chin bones, because that's where all your muscles are in your cheeks. No, but there are some people, they have like a mouth guard for when you're boxing, and they will then put on a cable tower, and then they'll hold it with their teeth. That actually works your neck, but it's just, there's a lot of stupid things out there. Tyson also did a hell of a lot of neck crunches. Yeah, but if you put you can put on like a headband, and then do it with weight. Then I can understand. But just shaking your head like a Garth Brooks sex position, it's not gonna do much. You have to lift your shoulder to engage your core. No, you just have to suck your in and say. Then you engage
Yeah, you
your
have
core.
to suck it in.
That's the one I can't figure out what this should be helping with, because it doesn't put enough force on your neck to grow your. And again, growing this part, you'll just do shrugs. I did shrugs with 88s today, Jamie, and 88s in each hand. Daddy's getting swole.
Daddy, Jesus.
Well, remember when the fake victim sent that text to Aiden? Oh, your arms are looking good. I went to the gym. I did Arnold curls today. Just have so fat. Yeah, that's where you turn your hands so you get a little more pointed biceps. So if I wasn't so fat, my arms would be looking good. You can work out your cheeks at the gym. Yes, you just do hip thrusters. Remember to rest on top. That'll give you a firm butt. Don't do the donkey kicks. It doesn't work.
Donkey kicks.
Tackling getting punched stabilize your spinal cord. Yeah, that's good for sideways motions. No, we are at sidebar.
I've been there for a long time.
They have long sidebars all the time. But I think, did I hear that they were calling Fanning?
I don't know.
Is he in this case as well?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm going to pull something up, and then they start all the time.
Right. Well, I would think they'd go to lunch before they call another witness. Yeah, he was just. Was.
Every single time. I just found the jaw exercise, and I wanted. It's a full gym for your face, Jamie.
Chiseled jawline.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Step on up and have a seat.
Oh, he looks tiny. Wait till he sits down.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you just take that microphone and pull it as close as you can to you? Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Could you please state your first and your last name and spell both of them?
Kurt Fandenstiel, CURT, PFANNENSTIEHL.
Okay, thank you. How old are you, sir?
55.
And where do you live?
I live in Dover.
Okay, how long have you lived in Dover?
About 20 years.
Okay. And Can you tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a heavy equipment operator.
I don't know. It sounded like he didn't even know how to spell his own last name.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, do you know how to spell your name, sir?
PH, there's an I somewhere in there, maybe 2 N's.
Oh, wait, let me start over.
And
Yeah. PHINGISSING. No,
That's not it.
no, that's a song. Let me start over.
so who do you work for currently?
Town of Sherburne.
What kind of work, what does it mean to be a heavy equipment manager?
A heavy
Managing
equipment
heavy
operator.
equipment.
Operator, sorry.
Operator operates like front end bucket loaders, excavators, heavy machinery, 6-wheel dump trucks.
All right, I'm going to ask you, sir, can you just scooch forward a little bit? That microphone is like 2 inches too short. Okay, thank you. And how long have you worked for the town of Sherburne?
I'm on my 5th year.
And prior to working for the town of Sherburne, where did you work?
I did tree work with a guy in Dover.
And about how long did you do that?
About a year and a half.
And prior to that, what did you do?
I ran my family's business.
Okay. And did you ever do any plowing work?
Yes, I did. I applied for town of Dover and Sherburne.
About how long did you spend doing that?
For Dover, I did it 9 years.
And how about Sherburne?
The whole time during the winter.
Do you know how much it costs to rent people? Because everyone is getting basket weaving degrees. People who can actually drive a truck makes way more money than most people who come out of college.
For the last 5 years. I'm on my 5th year.
Okay. And
Stop
have you lived in
your
the same
lips.
house in Dover the whole time that you've lived in Dover, or have you moved?
I've moved.
Okay. How many houses have you had in Dover?
4.
Okay. So I won't make you go through all of them, but in 2020, where were you living?
85 Walpole Street.
85 Walpole Street. And can you just tell us generally where in Dover is 85 Walpole Street?
It's about, I think about a mile from the fire station.
Okay. And by the way, did you have any sort of a professional relationship with the fire station?
Yes, I do till the present. I'm a will call.
What does that mean?
We're on a paging system where you get called whenever there's a fire or a tone goes out. We go. I'm not full time.
Okay. Does Dover have a full-time fire department?
No.
All right. And
So he's a part-time fireman. Couldn't he just say that instead of the president's tone?
Did you say you're a voluntary firefighter? There's so many of them out there.
Yeah.
85 Walpole Street, what kind of house was that?
It was an old farmhouse.
Okay. And when you say old, about how old?
It's a circa house.
Hundreds of years?
18, I don't even know, 18 something.
Like this courthouse maybe even?
Maybe, yeah.
All right. And are you familiar with 1 Francis Street in Dover?
That was across from my backyard.
Okay. So was it possible to travel from your backyard to 1 Francis Street?
Yeah, I mean, you have to walk around like a big fence.
Okay. Where was the fence?
The fence was between my yard and then their house.
Okay. So even though the 2 houses weren't directly behind each other, did the backyards on some level sort of back up to each other?
I'm sorry, say again, did they back up to each other?
Yeah, parts of the backyards.
Houses doesn't back up. cars back up.
Like, they say that when, like, the back of the house, like, the backs of the house.
Yeah, well, that's wrong. Is the backyards connected?
Yes. I mean, mine was, my house kind of went this way, facing like, there's a pond, facing the pond. And then their house was here.
Okay. And the pond, was that closer to 1 Francis Street or closer to your house?
Yeah, well, then you Yanks should learn to speak English.
Theirs was closer because my house is set back from it with a driveway in between and then a garage.
Okay. And do you have children, sir?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
Okay, overall, he may answer it.
And at some point, did you become acquainted with Katie McLean and Ingolf Tuerk?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
I'm not exactly sure when it was.
Did you blame her?
We met at like the Legion, American Legion.
And was the American Legion that you met at in Dover?
Yes.
And if we use May of 2020 as a reference point, how long had you known Katie McLean and Ingolf Tuerk in May?
Jamie, just because it's also in the Can Reed case, what's the American Legion?
Well, it's like where the vets hang out. Right? Am I crazy?
But this guy was a German in the German Air Force. He wasn't in the American Air Force.
Like the American Legion and like it's a bar where the vets go.
But isn't it just for American vets?
I mean,
How can he have access to it? How can he meet him at? He's a German Air Force guy. He didn't come to America till in his 40s. So I'm pretty sure even with the lack of troops you have right now that he did any significant amount of time in the American Army.
see, I don't know a lot about them, but yeah, people are saying you can get in them without being a vet. Like usually if you know somebody, they let you in. Like they'll let you come in.
Well, maybe Valhalla should take me there because there are places he normally takes me won't serve me beer.
May of 2020.
Maybe a year and a half, 2 years. I'm not 100%.
Okay, but it wasn't just a few weeks or a few months?
Right.
Okay, it had at least been a couple of years, would you say?
Yeah, maybe a little over a year.
Okay. And do you know when you met them, whether you met them together or separately?
I don't remember that because I mean I was at the Legion drinking, so I'm not 100%.
Okay. And when you first met them, you know, whether it was 2018 or 2019, how often would you see them?
I mean, it wasn't like every day or all the time. It was like football games and maybe birthday party or something.
And where would you see them?
No, the defendant is German-born, Brandon.
Yeah.
At their house.
Okay, and where was their house?
I'm drawing a blank.
Do you remember the street?
No, I can't think of the street.
That's okay. If I said 29 Valley Road, would that sound familiar?
Valley Road, yeah.
Okay. And how would you get from your house to Valley Road? How far away is it?
Maybe a mile.
Okay.
Or less.
A mile or less?
Yeah, I don't remember.
And when you saw...
It's a guy who has confirmed that he did unalive his wife, kind of separated wife. They were a little bit on and off. He is a German urologist. Marissa made a joke that I should call it the Richard doctor, and I don't understand that joke because Richard doesn't rhyme with urologist. But then he was at the house. They were having a good time. Stop yourself if you think it sounds like Sarah Boone. And they were getting drunk, and at some point he was begging her on his knees to get back together with him, even though he was moving to Germany and wanted a divorce. Details gets a little fluffy. And she slaps him in the face with a rock glass, and he stands up and just gently squeezes her neck. She falls over dead. He strangulated her. And then, because he was in fight or flight mode, he drops a couple of rocks into her yoga pants and chucks her in a pond. Then we had her best friend in the world, who she talked about nails and makeup with, testify, I would rather poke my eyes out with a spoon than listen to that woman again. She was the most obnoxious witness I've heard in a long time. She didn't really do anything. She tried to save her friend's reputation, but it was clear this lady probably was kind of a gold digger. And then we had an officer who did a wellness check, didn't find anything. And this is a friend of them who lived nearby. And he seems to forget his own last name. But he also hangs out at the Veterans Club and gets so drunk he can't remember when he meet people. So, a nice fella. He's Valhalla.
Katie McLean and Ingolf Tuerk, would they always be together, or would you see them separately as well?
No, I think that I saw them together.
Okay. Would you ever spend time with them separately?
Once I think I went with Harry to the dump.
Yeah, why are you going? What?
That's the most manly thing you can do in the world, is take another bro to the dump and say, "Oh,
hey, let's go. You want to go to the dump?"
Yeah, there's nothing better. Me and my dad would do it on Sundays. We'll go to the dump, and then if a young whippersnapper who might have been in his 20s came rolling in with his wife, because that's when wife still thinks they have something to do at the dump, and he come rolling in, and you could see the desperation. Is this the cardboard section? Is it paper? And you'll say, container number 3. And you can see, oh, I'm part of the brotherhood now. The dump is the real manly man place, especially in Denmark, where we have 6 different fractions you can sort everything in. Then we have 5 different fractions of plastic to sort in. And when you spot one of those wide-eyed young guys who's maybe just bought a house, got a girlfriend, and he comes out there and he want to be a man, but he's not sure where to throw this. Is it recyclable tree, or is it just everything else that just need to be chucked in the fire? And you say, hey, that's laminated wood, so you have to put it in number 5.
Laminated.
And he looks at you like, oh my God, this is how Jesus must have felt when he was standing on the Temple Mountain saying, blessed are the big-nosed. That's a Monty Python reference for those of you who gets it. Jamie hasn't watched Monty Python, so she doesn't get it.
I don't.
And do you know about when that was?
Not anymore, because those Stasis out there, they'll run around. We tried to do that when my dad was emptying my mom's house. We just chucked everything, and then they came and had us sort all of the bags. A-holes.
I don't.
Okay. And had you met their children?
Yes, when I was at their house.
Okay. Both sets of children? Both Katie's children and Harry's children?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And had you met any of their ex-spouses?
No.
And did you have both of their cell phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And would you communicate with both Katie and Harry on their cell phones?
Yes.
Yes, but he'll probably not be called. But it seems like they're going to call Trooper Fanning.
Your Honor, would this be a convenient time to stop for the day? Okay, thank you.
For the day?
Okay, you may step down, sir.
What? Are we half daying? A-holes.
Maybe it's a thing.
All right, so we're going to break for the day. You can leave your notebooks right on your chairs.
Well,
Oh,
after
Okay,
you,
you can
then.
start again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to go until about 1 o'clock again tomorrow. That's probably going to be the same schedule for Monday, but I'll give you more information about Monday when you come in tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going
great. This is gonna be
on
one
a
of those.
review, so we're going to go to some of the locations that were mentioned during the course of testimony today. So please wear comfortable footwear. We'll take a bus out to 3 specific areas, and then we'll come back to the courthouse.
Absolutely.
Okay? Please remember the instructions that I gave you all individually when you were selected as jurors.
Well, then we can
If
start
you leave
late
the
tomorrow,
courthouse
Jamie,
together,
because
you can
they're
talk
going on
to
a
one
view.
another about everything except the trial. Don't discuss the trial at all among yourselves. Don't discuss the trial with anybody else. No independent research. So please don't Google anything, don't look anything up, don't have anybody else do that for you.
What if they're
No texting or
wondering about the
posting,
jaw exerciser?
nothing online about this case or any other case in this building. By the same token, please do not talk about any other case that's going on in this building. The
Don't
Reed case, as you
you
know, is starting
talk
next week. I
about
told
it.
you that. You are not to talk about that case or follow it at all. Exactly the instruction in this case as well. Please keep an open mind. You've heard 1.5 witnesses so far. Please keep an open mind. You haven't heard all of the evidence. To the extent you see anybody having anything to do with the trial on your way out of the courthouse or even out in public, just avoid them. They've been instructed not to talk to you, so please don't engage with them. The first thing that I'll ask you tomorrow when you come in is if you're able to follow the instructions as I did today. I trust you'll all say yes, and we'll go from there. Again, 9 to 1 tomorrow, and wear comfortable footwear. Okay, thank you for your time, and your patience, and your sacrifice today. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
So
Yep, is that nice?
half day is a thing.
What the hell happened?
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Yeah, it is a weird schedule. They said half day today, tomorrow,
Monday,
and Monday.
possibly, but he will talk about scheduling on Monday.
I know, right? Like these trials would be way less time than they're wasting half the time. They do.
Maybe it's because something is, I don't know. Something's going on. But Jamie, now you have the time because you're not doing this. You should buy the full gym for your face. How it works. Choose your jaw size device. Choose the pop and go for ready-to-use convenience or the custom fit for a specialized higher resistance biting experience. Place it between your teeth. Simply position the jaw size device between your upper and lower teeth. Ensure it's centered and secure before beginning your jaw strengthening exercise for optimal effectiveness and comfort. Measure your results. Track your progress by taking before and after photos and measuring the definition and strength of your jawline. Witness the transformation as you consistently use the jaw size, stepping closer to your desired results.
Wow.
Jamie, you are gonna look like you have been on roids for years and have that wide, weird jaw.
That is so weird. I don't want it.
What do we think about day one in the Ingolf Tuerk case?
Interesting.
Yeah, it actually is a little bit interesting because it's not as well. He admitted he did it, so
Yeah.
that's probably the first problem. Can't you just buy a pack of chewing gums? Shh. Stupid people pay money for stuff like that. But I don't know. I didn't like that witness for the state. I think she was an annoying lady.
Oh, yeah. I was not a fan of her. But I mean, we haven't really heard much else. And then who was this guy? Kurt? What was his deal?
I think he lived near them.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, did he date her or something?
No. Oh, Kurt. Oh, no, I think he was with that the weird chick.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I did never found out anything other than well, Jamie, I don't believe that there are shithole houses.
I don't believe in calling a house a shithole, a shitty house.
Yeah, I don't believe there's
Not
any
the
such
language I
thing
use.
as a shitty house.
Yeah.
That was why say something like that? What if any reason did she have to? I know she tried to protect her friend, but oh my God. I don't believe in such a thing as a shitty house.
Well, he didn't ask her what her thoughts of it was. He asked her, did she say this? Well, it's like, ma'am, no one cares.
Yeah, please shut up.
Please shut up.
Ma'am, please shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. She was sexting Kurt allegedly. Was it Kurt? But wasn't it? She was sexting a lawyer.
I thought there was a Kurt involved. That's why I was asking, because I wasn't sure.
Yeah, but I know she was sexting a lawyer.
Well, wasn't she sexting a lot of people, apparently?
Well, Jamie, she was in love with love.
No shame. Do your thing. Whatever.
Yeah. Especially when you're in love with love, you have a lot of lovely buddies.
Yeah. You just want to spread it around.
That's nothing wrong in being a slutbag.
Yeah. Do your thing. Not for everybody, but hey.
And if I've been a little bit off, it's because I have now been trying to get my redirect to work for the last 5 minutes, and it doesn't. So I can't even redirect you all, but I can put a link in that I think you should go follow, because that's another case that started today. It's with the lovely Mo, and it's the retrial of Linda Sturmer, a woman who might have well, Jamie likes it hot, if you know what I mean. This lady did it literally, allegedly. She poured gasoline on her boyfriend and put him on fire. So that's a case. The link is in el description. I closed that down. That was stupid. I can pin it at the top if I can open up my control panel. But my control panel seems to be glitching. So I think it's because I deleted the afternoon stream. I thought we were going all day.
Yeah, so did all of us.
Yeah, but that's not the first time a lady have found out that I can't do that. Jamie, don't take it the wrong way.
What? Sorry, I was reading chat.
Nope, I can't redirect. It's pinned in the chat. Please go show Mo some love. We'll be back tomorrow, but they're going on a hike, so I think we'll postpone the time of starting till 10 o'clock, so we can do it and don't have Have to just sit here and talk for 10 minutes.
His name was Kurt, but he spelled it K-O-R-T. It was like Court, like.
That's like lawyer Kurt.
No, his is K-U-R-T.
Oh, you didn't say K-U.
No, I said K-O. He spelled it K-O. That's what Lynn's saying, and I thought I heard that too, and I was like, that's not how you spell Kurt.
Oh, how nice. The cupcakes can join us, all us muffin tops tomorrow. That's nice of Melanie. That's, just hope my YouTube works tomorrow. I don't know what happens today. They're probably making an update. Court is a guitar brand that makes Fender copies. We actually have a great bike rider called Magnus Kort.
Oh.
Don't think about it.
If it's in your country spelled that way, I mean, I can understand.
No, we call it Court, not Kurt.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah, because there's an O in there, Jamie.
Yeah, but you have all kinds of letters that make different sounds.
Miss, is it animals? No, it's erotic world, not exotic world.
I thought it said exotic. And I thought it was animals. And then you said, no, that's erotic. I was like, oh, that's a difference.
What about the filing at Turtle Boy? I'm gonna go make myself some dinner and then I'm see if I can find a copy because I haven't found a. I'll try and see what I can find. I'm probably make a video on it instead of doing a full live stream because it's only 2 pages. So you don't want to be done for today. That's why you're gonna join Mo. Link is at the top of the description. Come back tomorrow and if we are lucky, we're gonna be joined by the wonderful Melanie Little's cupcakes. So all the baked goods will get together tomorrow because she has somewhere else to go. Thank you so much for recommending me. It's always nice when people recommend us. She probably didn't know Jamie was here. He's a little.
She probably didn't. I mean,
yeah.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, this is what Jamie thought that erotic world was. Pigeons wearing leather harnesses.
That's how they got the chlamydia.
On that
Not
note,
erotic world.
Jamie.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right, 100.
100.
Because it is 100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Go
All right, I'm in love.
back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.